Hello, everyone. Sorry about that. They tried to steal my mic, and that was not going to be cool. Hi, everyone. It's Sunday. You can see I have all of my friends here for Witcher Roads Home tonight. I am your friendly neighborhood Prax. Welcome to the channel. It is indeed a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful um, Sunday night because of that. So we're going to go around, let everybody introduce themselves, say who they're going to be playing, all of that good stuff, and then answer this one itty bitty teeny tiny question I have. It's very small. It's very, very small. It'll be a very simple question. It's a very simple, um, does your character have insurance? And I'm going to start with, Trooper. Hi, Trooper. How are you?
I'm excellent. I want to just sort of give a shout out. I know we do shout outs at the end. I just feel like it's important to give a shout out now to that question because I love it. I'm Trooper SJP. Hello, hello. And I am playing Lord Mathvaren of Magturga, a noble. You can ask people. You can ask him, he'll tell you. And also a master druid of the Circle of Cade Mirkvid, a very, very important circle. You can also ask him and he will also let you know about that. And we're currently in a dungeon.
Mm-hmm.
Does he have insurance? It really depends on how you want to define insurance. Um, he's part of a druid circle. They've got really good medical. I don't know if they have good dental, but they have got very good medical, and he has got various forms of insurance, definitely. And I'm sure he always is quite dutiful in his tithing. Um, does his insurance cover other people? Hmm, maybe,
That
maybe.
will be a question. That will be a question. But directly above Trooper is the wonderful, the fabulous, welcome back, Billy! We missed you.
I missed you guys too. Sorry I was out of it so long.
It's okay.
Um, does Ardzo have insurance? I feel like that's a question for two Ardzos. And I feel both of the answers are no. I feel like he's, raw dog in life.
Interesting. Interesting. We'll come back to that point. Uh, Lindy.
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
Oh, I'm pretty spiffy. My back doesn't hurt today, which was killing me yesterday, so I'm very happy for that. And does Brenna have insurance? Well, yeah, I'm playing Brenna, the Brenna Countess Brenna von Vedler of the Cat School. Um, insurance. She does all her own stunts, if that's a question that needs to be asked. As far as insurance goes, I imagine that The Witcher, like, how like more hazardous occupations insurance costs more like life insurance kind of thing. um Imagine that for witchers the cost is astronomical and therefore not viable, so no.
Okay.
For the record, I believe that Matt's insurance does include homeopathic medicine. Just so you know.
It's a druid problem.
That's a druid problem.
Makes sense. Makes sense indeed. Pope.
Hey, everybody, Pope here. Pope World on Twitter, Pope World on Twitch, other familiar streams. Back today with this fabulous picture food playing Durin Rasmussen, both of us use he and pronouns. Does Durin have insurance? Depends on what you mean by insurance. I like to think that he is insured vengeance upon his untimely death by the friends that he has made. So in The Witcher, I think vengeance insurance is a thing.
I mean, you're probably not wrong. You're probably not wrong. But that leads us to our last and final player for the evening. Hello, Simon. Welcome back.
Hello,
How are you?
I'm good. I just need one thing.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Sorry, everyone. Hi, I'm Simon. I play Kadarin. We both use he/him pronouns, and I wasn't there last week, but I'm there this week. And as for the does Kadarin have insurance? The answer is no, because YOLO.
Interesting. It's an interesting choices that we have.
So
here.
hence why he had to pay out of his own pocket for his prosthetic.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you got the family discount. Let's be honest here with Vesma.
You did.
Yes, but I still had to fork out the money. Money, which, by the way, was given to me by my cousin. It's almost like if my character was a modern politician.
Yeah, and your cousin is keeping you afloat. It's fine. But we had some wonderful fun last week.
Excuse you?
Sorry, there was a big argument going on. My cat did not enjoy being told to get off the chair, and now he's just going
Enough.
at Ren.
Hi, Rin.
You're just as high.
But we last week there was some interesting things that were discovered. There was the choice to we can't hear you, Trooper.
Sorry, maybe Kadarin is a Karen. We don't know. It is unclear. We just have to find out.
Sorry.
I do like to picture Kadarin with that haircut.
But now I want fan art of Kadarin with that haircut.
I'm just saying, speak wishes for fan art into the universe, because that's how we got fan art from Agapia's Fortune last night.
I'm just thinking Karen haircut.
the best
and
I can do.
abs. Like you like a shirt like buttoned down to the navel, all the abs.
No. It's
and then,
okay.
like Karen haircut.
It's okay. So last week, the decision was to see if you could not find out more about this individual as Baldwin. Playing Baldwin, is Baldwin, complicated questions. Nobody's really 100% sure. It's an issue. But you made your way, found as Math had been able to spy upon the conversation between Gimner and Baldwin, able to find the location where they met, and then followed Baldwin for at least a little while. And then Brenna took over tracking. This led to an interesting level of ruins deep under the mountain, predating the dwarves, or at least the original structure predated the dwarves. There were some newer additions that were, well, old, still of a quality and that had been shown to be later, relatively new, but not that new. You've made your way through a couple tunnels, a few traps, found yourselves in this large room at the end of a number of corridors where Durin was introduced to the concept of gravity when a wraith in full plate armor fell on him. It did not go well for Durin, I believe. It was an uncomfortable feeling for him. There were a couple other wraiths in there, apparently, but the Witcher and, with some minor assistance from the druid, managed to deal with the issue, and, well, there was also some assistance from, Kadarin, Then Kadern discovered that there was a telecommunicator at the end of the hall that was active and was like, I should go see what that is. And got out of the way of the multiple attacking wraiths. But that's not where we're going to start today. We're going to start with our dear friend Ardzo, who last we left off about, in game terms, about 7 hours ago, was on the okay, I can't fix that right now. Sorry, I was gonna do a thing, but apparently I was gonna transition to the one-on-one overlay, but apparently that whole thing just suddenly got corrupted, and I'm not fixing that on the fly, guys. So just imagine that it's just me and Billy on the screen, and we're going to work together. It'll be fine. But you had locked yourself into one of these cells and bent the bars so that you couldn't get out. And that worked for a little bit. And then Brenda decided she needed to come see you. And then that upset you. To the point that you then were able to actually break the door off the hinges.
Zerny got me. He said there was a problem.
Zerny did get you because there was a problem. Now, Ardzo, to be fair, Billy, you did roll a 45 on the endurance check, and that door was not going to hold against that.
Oh, whoa.
But
What's the
a little
highest
bit of
roll
a
we've gotten
problem.
this campaign so far?
wait, somebody rolled
No,
really high.
I rolled like a 53 or something.
Yeah, last week.
On a defense roll last week. It was bonkers.
One of those
triple
Teleported to
crit.
Narnia.
Yeah,
Might as well have.
yeah, you
54. It was a 54,
54.
dodge escape. It was 10, 10, 10, 3.
Wow.
Yeah,
yeah.
it's crazy.
So but Brenna was able to lure you into a different cell and then lock the door and not get injured or eaten. Because,
Close call.
it was a very close call. And everyone had left firmly of the opinion of, let Ardzo stay in that cell because, hopefully things will work out and he's not going to cause any problems and, this protects everybody. And so last you recall, you were in a cell near the main court of the city of Mahakam. But that's not where you are now.
Okay.
You are awake. Mostly clothed. For mechanical purposes, assume that you have your armor. Which I believe is an elven dwarven cloak.
cloak.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So you have your armor. How much else is your determination? But you have this question and you awaken somewhere. You want to know more? I need some rolls and
Yeah.
questions.
Am I dwarf form or is it still like new moon
Oh,
time?
no, you are... My apologies. You are very much a dwarf with your dwarven cloak. Just how much else you have on you is your determination.
Okay. He would have ripped out of the clothes, unfortunately, for sure. This isn't like an Incredible Hulk situation where, those purple pants just managed to fit perfectly on both bodies. That's not
spandex?
realistic.
It's
Yeah,
but-
Tony.
it-
It's Tony Stark's creation of the atomic bomb-proof pants. Yeah.
No, but that's not fair. Let's note that the pants did not fit his calves, so they always became shorts, cut off
Ye-
shorts.
Yes, but as we learned from top 10 from Top Cow, definitely look them up. Gamma pants, you wouldn't like me when I'm naked.
Yeah. Okay, so we don't have spandex yet, and we also don't have Tony Stark's gamma pants. So, just a cloak, and I'm gonna see if I can discern if I know. Wow.
I am so sorry
Bless
about
you.
that, everyone.
Gesundheit.
Gesundheit.
Can I tell by the state of my body any sort of drastic actions that I should be able to hide from? Like, am I covered in someone else's blood?
Oh, you are not covered in anyone else's blood.
Okay.
And you're
I'm-
not stabbed. You're welcome.
Thank you.
You are not actively bleeding, and you are not covered in somebody else's blood.
Okay. Then I want to try to figure out where I am in
Mhm.
relation to the places that I know in Mahakam.
Mm-hmm.
So what's around me?
So roll an awareness.
Okay. Normal Ardzo awareness.
As you awaken in a stone cavern of some place. 19. That's good. So when you awakened, you are in a side cavern. You can see a large number of stalactites and stalagmites that have started to almost come together to a point. There is a large opening, well, large, I should say, maybe 3 feet by 4 feet domed opening to your west. There's this space that you're in is relatively small, maybe 10 feet square total, a little off in, its polyhedral dimensions. It's not perfect square, it's not perfect anything, it's just a cutout kind of area. It's about 10 feet with an opening to your west. There doesn't seem to be any. If you look around, a couple things will immediately come to your face for you. Number one, there aren't any footprints around you. Yours or anyone else's, or anything that looks like animal prints. There's just none of that. It's mostly dirt, although underneath you can kind of see cracked and broken paving stones. Like this had been paved at one point. But isn't at the moment.
Did that cracking happen recently, or was that over time, like slowly over time?
Oh, slowly over time. Those are covered by a large layer of dirt, almost fully. So the work of centuries, if not decades.
Yeah.
Excuse me, centuries more than decades.
And what was the the exit?
To your west, it's a
Yeah.
arched opening about 3 feet by 4 feet. Perfectly dwarven sized.
Perfect. I think I would like to try to find a place more suitable to hide out until I can figure out where to get some clothes.
Mm-hmm. So you are making your way through the opening.
Mm-hmm.
As you do so,
Fuck.
what?
No, I just knew it wasn't going to be a pain-free exit. I just knew it. My gut told me.
Why do you assume that it's going to be involve pain?
Because I've been playing with you for like 2 years in this game.
I mean, you're not wrong, but I wouldn't want to be like predictable.
Right. What I meant was, I didn't mean pain. What I meant was escaping this room would not be free. Or
Yeah.
easy.
Well, no, getting out of the room and into the tunnel is fine. You just have a small problem. There's no light
Go
source.
on. Oh.
And unlike D&D, the only people who can see in the dark in this game are witchers.
Okay. Well,
So you can
Well-
start making your way down this tunnel, and it's as
I'm
you
gonna
do
toucan
so.
Sam it.
Huh?
I'm gonna toucan Sam it. Gonna follow my nose.
Follow your nose, which you do have a slightly better version of than some people. It becomes obvious to you as you make your way that the tunnel itself has been worked, right? It's been crafted, carved, smoothed over. And in fact, the walls of the tunnel are very smooth. There are no stalactites, no water formations, no cracked rocks. It's like somebody came through with just a big old polishing stone and carved it out in one motion that would be perfectly smooth. And you make your way down this tunnel for a while. You're walking for a while. Can I get another awareness from you, please?
You sure can. Ooh, 34.
34. You can begin to hear in the distance. You're not quite sure. Sound resonates in the underground differently than it does above ground, right? All of that bouncing and echoing off of stone versus the open spaces changes the way sound waves move. But you can hear, just starting to hear the sounds of combat. Swords being struck on something heavy, metal on metal. Sounds of stonework. Swords on stonework.
Excellent. Then let's is it coming from like down the tunnel or is it coming from like above?
It's the sound is coming through through from beyond where you are, somewhere down the tunnel.
Then Arzo will cautiously walk forward.
Are you attempting to be stealthy, sir?
Yeah.
I feel then I need a stealth roll, please, and thank you.
Yeah. Ooh,
Ooh, but a 25 is very nice.
I'm good in the dark.
You are good in the dark. You are good at being very stealthy. And as you come closer, you can begin to hear these sounds that sounded like fighting have mostly seemed to have stopped. And in front of you, you can make out firelight flickering beyond what looks like a mostly bricked over wall. Like at one point, this
Okay.
tunnel had ended in what would have been maybe a doorway of some sort, but it looks like it had been bricked over centuries ago, but not well, right? And you can
Yeah.
always tell when somebody's bricked over an entryway or closed off an entryway in a wall and not done it correctly because it never ever matches. The lintel isn't going to be in the right place. You put the bricks in, it's never going to match the lines. And then, of course, the mortar in the brick over is going to be different than the mortar in the actual wall, so they're going to wear at different points. And so the brick,
Yeah.
you can see
It's like a rush job.
it was a rush job. And time has had its way with this rush job. So a number of these bricks have fallen out, a number of the mortar has fallen away. This wall you can see movement and light and hear sound beyond it. There's airflow coming through it. You're pretty sure you could knock over the remains of this wall in relative ease.
And the battle's coming through this wall.
The sounds that you heard of it, yes, but it also seems to have mostly stopped at this point. You aren't hearing any more clanging of swords, although you are hearing the sound of metal, armor being moved, and swords themselves.
Can I peep through any of these cracks, or is it just the light coming through like solid material?
You can look through. You can attempt to peep through a couple of them. Because a couple of the bricks themselves have been damaged. So yeah, I would say that you could do so.
Yeah. Okay. Awareness.
Yes.
Ooh, 3 crits in a row.
Brenna started that way last week. But with the 29, you can just kind of make out the figure of the back of Durin as his back is to you. So you can make out the figure of a dwarf with a crossbow, and you can just see to the angle in front of Durin, the edge of like Brenna's cloak and the figure of a human elven height individual beyond.
Okay, cool. Since I see people I trust in there and I like, and then the sound of battle, your boy's gonna Kool-Aid man through the wall.
I need a physique, please. See, look, Billy, you finally get to make a physique roll.
Finally get to make a physique roll.
For a fourth
There's
crit.
a crit. Highly improbable. 37.
You Kool-Aid man through the wall, and I have to ask a very
yeah.
important question of Durin, Math, and Brenna, as just as you have finished, the last wraith has died, and you have just finished collecting that wraith essence, Brenna,
Yeah.
you hear a ringing crash as rock and dust fall into this room.
Through which direction specifically?
Oh, you want a direction?
I do want a direction.
Like right about, here. Come on. Here. Right here. Right there.
Okay. Spin around.
Behind you and to the left. Sorry, I should describe for people playing at home.
Yeah. Sort out, spin around, turn around, see that it's Artso, and just relax, grip, and go, Artso, you're more well.
And less clothed.
Oh, I forgot about that part.
I'm gonna head over to
man.
Arzo immediately. Immediately. I'm gonna head
Um,
over to Arzo.
I'm just glad you appeared that far away, because if it was closer, you might have gotten stabbed. Okay.
Are you all right?
Oh,
Just
right,
pat
I was
him on
like,
the shoulder.
I could say the same for you.
No, I'm fine. Are you all right though? Hmm.
What I heard the sound of battle, and I saw you through the wall, and
Oh yes, no, there were wraiths. Much damage, not me, of course. I'm getting a scratch. But you,
I'll cover himself up with his cloak.
my friend, have a bit of a there's by the way, I probably shouldn't say, we're probably being spied upon right now by who knows what.
Yeah, Kadan, how's that going?
Yeah.
Well, you were taking a look
How-
at the telecommunicator.
How's what going? Yeah.
Okay, so
how
where
is it going?
How's
you
it going, Kadan?
what would you like to do as you are looking at a
I would
telecommunicator
need a
device
quick
that's sitting about
recap
here,
of
right in front of you, in the
Uh,
middle of the passageway under this arch.
the
Yeah,
thing.
so
It was
there was a
too
fight,
zoomed in.
There
for me.
was wraiths, and
So you can
sent,
change
like
that.
a lightning bolt, and then you were like, meh, and some fire, and then you were like, oh yeah, that thing is a watching device, the crystal telecommunicator, and so you went to go investigate it because that seemed like we all unanimously agreed that you going towards the strange magic thing once the fight was mostly under control was a very Kadarin thing to do.
Yeah, the
And
fight
it was
wasn't
active.
over, but the thing is active. It's magic. They're going to poke at.
Well,
it.
Somebody
yeah,
was
I
spying
think
on us.
I think the first thing I would try to do is one, identify what the hell is it, what is it doing,
Mhm.
and then how to counter it.
Cool. So I need a magical training roll from you.
Yes. Has my stamina come back since last time, or
No, because we literally, the stamina that was spent, that is off of your chart right now, is what I took off. You had recovered stamina, but then I took stuff off because you cast 2 spells.
okay?
So
So
you'll probably get it back in the near future because you're
You
now
did
out
the
of side
lightning
combat.
and then like a heat metal type thing.
Yeah.
23.
It is a telecommunication device, similar to the one you saw in Banard. It is also active, and there is visual signal going somewhere.
Visual signal from here.
Yes, the device is pointing down the hall, down the large hall space room that you guys are in, and it is angled in such a way that it would catch pretty much everything visually and auditorily that is at the other end, including the portcullis that had fallen to lock you all in this space.
Okay, so whoever placed it there knows that we're here.
Mm-hmm.
Not
like that was real hard because there was a couple moments earlier when
Explosions.
someone asked Kadarin to
Oh, yeah. You
destroy
did
a
lightning
trap.
twice.
No, you used Alzor's thunder.
Oh, okay, that's fair. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the lightning.
Yeah, but the one that's just the straight thunderclap. And used that to destroy a pendulum trap. That's not quiet.
We decided to not fuck around and find out. We just went straight through.
Although I feel like Durin could have disabled all of those traps because it's a crafts check to disable locks. I feel like he could have done it.
No,
But I mean, I
actually, it's
suppose-
not. It's the weird.
I-
It's the weirdest rule in the game that to find traps and disable traps is not a crafts check.
I'm gonna look this up.
I know.
Now I
It-
want to know what it is. I was like, well,
It's
what is it?
It's
It's the crafts person, the one who can do it though, right? Or the man at arms.
Man at Arms.
Actually, I think anyone can do it, but I think they get a
No.
better skill on it.
Yeah, the men at arms have a thing for traps.
Man at Arms
And
actually
there's
have an actual thing to disarm traps. Anyone can find a trap, but to disarm the trap is the Man at Arms skill.
And
No, I
there's
actually
also
think
this
anyone-
trap
yeah.
crafting skill,
Yeah.
which I have no ranks.
Actually, I think anyone can. I think it's like with other things, anyone can disable the trap. It's just that, yeah, it's the trap crafting skill you can use to do that, to create or disable traps. So if you have the skill, which then you could, but I don't know if we have anyone who does.
But we
I think
had
it's
a
just
Kadarin.
You did, and Kadarin decided to.
yeah, that's fair.
Can I know where this thing is sending the
That would be more than just a regular magical training because again, it's sending to a telecommunicator, right? You wouldn't necessarily know where it is. You would need to know like
But knowing how telecommunicators work, normally you need like there's a designated area that the telecommunicator, you have to step in the circle to appear as a hologram on the other side.
yeah. But instead it looks like somebody has taken that image or thing and turned it on its side. So like you know how that crystal that's the center. So like if you've played Witcher 3 and you remember the
Mhm.
scene at the top of the hall where Yennefer's like, what the fuck were you doing sleeping with Triss when she's having a conversation with the other sorceresses in front of the telecommunicator. Sorry,
Mhm.
it's one of the most iconic moments that she is actually about to have a conversation with a bunch of people, and she's bitching at Geralt about sleeping with Triss if you slept with Triss. That crystal that's the center of the telecommunicator has, instead of being vertical, has been shifted at an angle to point down the hallway.
Okay. So it's not okay, because the way I had understood it is something was recording and then sending that to a telecommunicator nearby, which was then sending it away to other stuff.
No, the telecommunicator itself has been shifted and manipulated in such a way that it is actively viewing the entire space and projecting.
Okay.
I also suspect they did not get permission to do that, which I think
Well,
might
maybe.
be illegal in some places.
Fun fact about that, this is hashtag not a lawyer, but hashtag legal intern, so I can make this statement. 90% of the states in the United States are one-party states when it comes to visual recording. The only thing that is required by federal law to be two-party consent are telephone communications. Other than that, or if there are minors involved, but that's a separate
But
issue.
that's not. But right now, that's not a megascope, right? It's just sending visuals.
Visual and audio. I should be more specific. It is it is sending visual and some level of audio. Perhaps not clearly. It's definitely been jury rigged in some manner, right? It doesn't look at all stable, even. With that magical training roll of 23, somebody's been experimenting and you're not sure it's 100% stable.
Okay. Well, then it should be rather easy to dispel if it's already unstable. And that's what I'm going to try to do.
Okay, so you're going to try and dispel that. I need a dispel roll from you. Math, you were asking Ardzo a question, however.
Yes, while that's going on, right? While that's going on, he's like, I know you have clearly you have some sort of situation going on as I don't want to say too much if that's not been fixed, but fascinating. If you need any sort of help with that, or I'm always happy to help out.
And how would you do that, Lord Math?
Oh, any number of ways. We could just explore it together, because I'm happy to do so. And just like pat your shoulder again, and it might be a little awkward. It's like this kind of like it's clear like a gesture of, oh, how do I describe this? Like he's patting your shoulder, like just like pat, 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 on the side, not like on the top, which is very sort of patronizing, but on the side, like we're buddies, but it's it's sort of awkward. Do you know what I mean? Like it's sort of like I don't know how to describe his awkwardness. There's like yeah. And I don't think you've ever seen him interact with you or anyone else here this way before in any way. And he's sort of like standing like sort of nearish you, and he's like, pats you on the shoulder in this very hey buddy kind of a way, but not if you were really bro-y, you'd have like a cool chillness about it. But he's a bit more of a nerd, so there isn't a cool chillness about it. It's like a very awkward
There's a
pals.
lot of awkward.
Yeah.
There's also a height differential, and I'm assuming
Yes.
there's a slight extra level of discomfort because Ardzo isn't wearing pants. At least we've established that.
But here's the thing. Math does not care at all. Like the lack of pants is not in any way bothering Math. He just seems to be very excited to see Ardzo in a way that he has never been excited to see Ardzo before, which again has nothing to do with the pants. As far as you know.
So, Kadarn, you're going to try and dispel this telecommunication.
Yep. And I'm gonna pump 2 of my luck in it. For a 27.
7. Where is that spell?
It's a ritual.
That's a cool
Oh,
image.
and it's a
that you,
it is actually it is a ritual. That's what I was looking. I was thinking that it was where somewhere else. Okay.
That's a cool image you dropped. Thank you.
Yes, that is for those of you playing at home. There is an image that I pulled from the Witcher wiki. That is directly from the Witcher wiki of what a megascope slash used for telecommunication ritual is. So, and there's also like a crystal on one end that's kind of like the camera, for lack of a better term, that you're supposed to stand in the right place and it captures you. And that's what's pointed down the hallway.
Okay, but that's not a telecommunicator.
No, it's the megascope, but
that's not what we're looking at right now.
no. I'm trying to just.
Okay.
The reason that image is there is because for those playing at home, Coldrake asked if it was more like a palantir. I said no. It's closer to a hollow, like a hollow cow.
Sorry. Okay. Yeah,
I'm
I
trying-
just scrolled back up in chat.
Yeah. So that's not what that looks like. It
Okay.
looks like what you are seeing is the telecommunicator, which is the crystally thingy that's pointed at people.
Yeah. Cool.
That produces the image and sound that's then megascoped, turned by those multiple people that are on the other end, creates a hologram, basically.
Okay.
But on this end, it's just the big old thing. And thank you for that resub, Billy. I appreciate 28 months. We really do appreciate. But so with the 27, you are very, very lucky because you needed a 26. To dispel, and you only have to burn off 1 point of stamina.
Pew.
Because it's only a 3 stamina ritual. And then you see it. The crystal goes dark. The energy stops moving. And you know it is no longer active or projecting.
Good. What is the crystal set in?
An intricate. It looks like it should, like somebody has taken the workings of a traditional telecommunicator, which is like that kind of like brass round ring that kind of got with the multi-prongs that come out to hold the crystal in stability. And it's they've taken that and you know because it's kind of, so for picture a fork that comes up and then you've got the prongs that are coming out of it that have a ring that go around and the crystal set in the center. Well, it's like somebody took those prongs that are coming out of the fork and just pivoted them 90 degrees.
Okay, so if I pivot them again 90 degrees,
40.
it's going to point to...
Up, yes.
Okay, yeah, once it's turned off, I'm just going to move it so that if someone ever turns it back on while we're still here, that it, films somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
Points to like the ceiling. And, ooh, do I have something thick enough that isn't me? Yeah, there's a couple of things I wouldn't have brought with me back. Okay, wait. I would need to know 2 things. How big's that crystal, and what does it look like?
It's a
shape-wise.
It's a generally rough amethyst. And it looks like somebody has just taken it out of the geode, but it's about 18 inches in height.
Okay.
About, just under 2, a foot and a half.
Yeah.
By about 10 inches in diameter. It's very clear. Very deep crystal. No inclusions. No, if you were going to rate this as a gem, it'd probably be on the VVS level. Really nice.
My second question is, what's the diameter of my fake leg, and is it hollow?
Mesmo was able to put
There's the compartment for the one, but like it doesn't mean that the entire leg is hollow. That's why I'm asking.
the entire leg is not hollow because you wouldn't have you need the joint for the foot to bend.
Okay. Shit. Because I would have just plucked the leg up to like, muffle the sound. So let me just check if I have something else to muffle the sound.
Or talk to other people in the room.
No, but I'm assuming this is happening as like something else is happening in the background.
The conversation what's happening right now is the conversation between Math and Arzo. You've completed.
Okay, so this is after the Kool-Aid Man. Okay.
After the Kool-Aid Man. You did not get to the end of the hallway until after the Kool-Aid Man.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Math, by the way, is not leaving like that uncomfortable zone, right? Where Arzo is. It just continues to like, puts his hand down and then comes back and pats him on the shoulder a couple of times. It's just a kind of a, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'll turn to the team. Does anyone have anything thick and muffly in quality, like a pillow?
I've got a leather sack.
Is it full?
It's got some tools.
Would you mind
What are we doing with the sack?
putting it on top of the crystals so that they don't hear us?
I could just cover it in founder veins, but I don't think that would be his most.
Or just give me a sec. Shuffles up, sees the crystal. Oh, that should be. She's gonna pop the thing right off.
I need you to roll resist
no.
magic, please.
Okay.
I
That's
am
step
ready
one.
to duck out of the way if it explodes.
I'll spend 5 luck on this.
You're probably gonna need it.
Because Kadar knows the telecommunication ritual. Kadar knows that you shouldn't mess with the crystals on those
23.
things.
Yeah. Hi. I need both of you to make a dodge roll, please.
Oh no.
Yeah, even you were gonna need it. This is not a ritual. This is not something you break. Or really want to break ever.
Ooh, I'm getting hit.
No, Durin.
Would give me a second. Are we talking about shrapnel?
Oh, yes.
I thought I had a thing for shrapnel. Give me a sec.
Got a thing for shrapnel.
Oh my god, I don't have a thing for shrapnel. No,
you
I'm
don't.
sure that. Yes.
For those who don't remember, Durin is very, very injured. That's all.
Yes.
Okay, so instead of let me know if that's something, because I said I'm getting ready to.
You are
get
getting
the
ready
duck
to
away.
move.
So I have a spell that I can cast as an action. It's got a 10-meter radius, and it creates a barrier of wind that blocks ranged attack and projectiles. So, since I'm assuming the crystal is exploding, Kadern would have just popped the spell the moment, instead of my dodge check, this is what I would do instead. But because it's 10-meter radius, would it be okay if it works, that it also encompasses Durin, where he is? Any projectile must beat my spellcasting roll, by the way.
You have to beat this projectile. In this case, it would be
No.
a DC, though. In
Well,
this
yeah,
case, it would
because
be
they're
reversed
not rolling.
because they're
Yeah.
not rolling.
Yeah.
Um.
And if I beat it, the barrier knocks the projectiles 8 meters away in a random direction. But those are consequences for future Kadern.
Or everyone's standing behind you.
Future Kadern.
Immediate Kadaren is dealing with this problem.
You may.
Right now, what's important is there's probably Durin looks rough. You said, right?
His lips are bloodied, as well as his teeth, and he looks like he had took a Vader bomb from the top of the cage.
Cool.
Yeah.
So, and
remember how?
you just walked up to a frag grenade and pulled a pin on it?
I don't know magic.
Nope.
when we all
I'll
walked
be
into the
I'll be
room-
the grenade instructor during boot camp and I'll jump away with you, but in this case it's going to be casting a spell instead.
we walked into the room together. The portcullis shut down. We're like, oh, that's interesting. And then a wraith in full plate, probably also with just extra weights on it, just for fun, just jumped on him from the ceiling and just like smashed into him there was like a loud noise is and then it didn't look good for our friend.
No, so we're not team stealth.
Yep.
I mean,
I know that.
Bren is stealthy.
Yes.
Brenna is stealthy.
Team stab no pants is stealthy. The rest of us aren't.
Team stab no pants.
Yep.
Brenna and Ardzo were the only two that succeeded on stealth rolls.
Yeah, but you're
There.
wearing pants.
Kadan was wearing stealth rolls, succeeding on stealth rolls.
This is true.
I also have sexy leather pants. I mean, come on.
Ardzo has no pants.
But anyway, I will roll.
but you will roll, and I'm going to tell you now you need to beat a 25.
Okay. How are we looking at with group luck?
You've got 3.
Would y'all mind if I took one?
Go for it.
Okay, cool. And I'll take 1 luck from mine too to get a +2. And 27.
You're going to succeed, but as this thing this is the moment of you reaching out saying, "No, Durin, don't." Durin pulls this 18-inch crystal from its brass holder, and it just explodes outward, and you have just as much moment to finish the gesture to bring this wall of wind up, forcing the shrapnel that was about to stab both of you into a million directions. Now I need... It goes how far? 8 meters?
It knocks it 8 meters in a random direction. But I mean, that's when like it's per projectile. So I don't know how many projectiles this crystal generates. Like 50, 100, 2?
Oh, more than a number. A number that exists.
But it's so each of them
actually
8 meters.
no, 8 meters. They might be okay.
8
No,
meters
nope,
would
that's
be
gonna be-
25,
It's just
26 feet.
yeah. It's gonna be Math and I need one from Math and Ardzo are gonna need dodge escape rolls.
But they're 30 feet away from Kadarn.
No, they're not. They're 25. They're 25 feet away from Kadarn.
30.
It knocks it 26 feet away.
I'm gonna say you still need it because it's going up and over. With 24, I'll say because this is the secondary effect. It just
Sorry, Math.
19.
Math, you're going to take one of these.
All
A
right.
number of them have gone into walls, into the ceiling, into the floor otherwise. You're only going to... And of course it's that delayed motion where you see the explosion happen and then the wall of force changes the direction of the projectile. So I think you are already moving, but the direction you are moving in kind of doesn't work. So you're only going to
I actually think that probably I'm not moving until like the last minute because I'm concentrating on my Ardzo. I'm like, pat, 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 and then explosion. I'm like, what? Oh, like I think it's that kind of
Yeah.
I think
So
I
it's 13 points of piercing damage.
Mhm.
Ardzo, you do not get hit.
Hitting on where?
Let's say torso.
Okay. So because I've got some new stuff,
You should be
Um,
resistant.
which does that cut it in half?
Yup.
So it does not get through my armor.
Very.
So I think that just like a big piece of what crystal
Uh,
shrapnel.
No.
Resistance is after armor.
Resistance is after armor,
just
so it
in
halves
case.
it after armor.
It still doesn't get through.
So it's a piece of the brass work that was holding the crystal.
Oh, it just like hits my armor. It's like, man, by nature, what are you doing?
Saving his life. And I point to Durin.
So everything magical is just explosive, is what you're telling me.
Consider everything magical as dangerous, highly dangerous, and only a professional and a specialist can do stuff. I didn't go to school for just anyone to kill me by blowing up basic ritual magic in my face.
You just hit me, one of you. I was having a conversation with Lord Ardzo. I don't appreciate explosions.
I'm
Just
sorry,
pulls out a piece
didn't
of
know
brass.
that pulling a crystal from a brass fitting would cause things to go boom.
Yeah, it does.
There's a
It's
surprising number of things. That
Also,
would've-
I mean, this entire room seems to be trapped. How did you not think of that?
Big shiny thing that I can make into other things. Do you not know dwarves?
Yes, I have actually, and I'll just speak in full Dwarven.
They say no.
Like you should know
I don't
better.
care.
Mesmer
yes.
would have taken the entire thing with him.
I was going to, but there are precautions. You know, you have to shore up the tunnel before you dig further in.
Okay, so I let the thing get ahead of me. Sorry. pal.
Yeah, and now you can't make shit with it. Mind you,
Oh,
no, that's
you'd
not
be
true.
surprised.
Yeah, with the shrapnel, you can probably make a lot of, like, I don't know, necklaces, jewels.
The crystal's in perfect
Oh.
condition.
You don't know me yet, lad. As he goes around picking up all the small crystals.
No, the crystal itself is fine because you picked it up
Oh.
and pulled it out. What blew up was the brass fitting and control.
Oh,
No. So
Oh.
I have this giant crystal. You don't know me yet, lad. At you, and then I stare at your leg ominously.
The only thing I will say, I'm not against it, but I don't also want to have to chase down the thieves that steal my leg every time we sleep at an inn. Because they'll see that it's valuable.
Oh, it's already going to be valuable. If you give me your leg, I'm going to coat it in silver.
He's
I
very
would
good with
ask
silver.
why, but I think it's cool.
Oh yeah, Brenna has a new shiny stabby. Jeez.
Big. Well, the sword's been upgraded, and you have a new one.
Yeah, but it's not like Brenna has spent time talking with Kadern much.
No,
since I
not
came
not
back.
recently.
Oh, hey, Arzo.
Arzo, this is the first time you've seen Kadern since, 2.5 weeks ago when he buggered off through a portal with, Yanta.
Pat, pat, pat,
Which
pat.
which Brenna was very salty about for the full 2 weeks.
And I feel like there's a lot of tensions and emotions right now because Durin looks hurt. Ardzo is naked wearing a cloak and just got
Mhm.
shot at with shrapnel. Kadern is here, who he hasn't seen in a while, and Yanto is not.
That is
and then
correct.
there's this math guy who just won't shut
And-
up ever.
Pat, 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 pat.
But on the plus side, he knows everything. Right?
And he doesn't dislike you.
Mm,
See? There's just a lot to digest. So Ardzo's in a bit of a state.
We need to get you pants.
Oh,
I
pants
need
up.
to get you healed.
Oh, oh
Pants
yes.
first.
Lord Durin is quite injured. Pants are just really, in some ways, just a sort of a construct, of civilization. And those who are in the natural state don't even worry about pants. And Ardzo, Lord Ardzo clearly is one with the natural state in ways that many people have never been able to achieve that sort of harmoniousness. So you don't have to wear pants if you don't feel like it. We're in a cabin or dungeon or catacomb. It was some sort of underground thing. And how did you get here after all? Do you have the ability to burrow through the earth as well? Is that part of something you can do?
I think this might be a conversation for a later time.
Well, I mean, you just arrived in a very impressive way. Your strength was quite impressive. You just burst through those walls, just tearing down these sort of artifacts of, civilization, and you just broke through it. Did you burrow, or did you have a sense? Do you have some sort of natural sense for your friends? Did you bring yourself to us because you knew we were in trouble and you just heroically burrowed your way through the earth to find us in some sort of... Is that also part of your ability set?
Yes.
That's fascinating. Fascinating. We'll have to have lunch somewhere and speak more about this. I'm sure it could be quite helpful with whatever you've got going on there. Training or something.
I don't suppose you have access to a second pair of pants or maybe a shirt.
I always bring a rag with me. You never know when you might need it. Would be able to cover up.
We're just gonna make him a loincloth.
Two-thirds.
Got like a rag and a rope. We're just gonna there you go. So-
Those you guys were battling, yes? What were you battling?
Right.
Wraiths.
I don't suppose that they had clothes.
They have
No.
armor. It'll chafe.
I mean,
I think
chafing
and
will
most of
heal.
the armor disappeared. There's a helmet that clattered, I think. But that's
Oh,
Chafing will heal. Perhaps the damage to my reputation will not.
Why would your reputation be... Oh, that's because people don't understand, Don't worry. Very few people knew what happened. I'm sure everyone's going to be keeping it sort of quiet. There's your brothers. And yes, other than that, I think very few people know what happened. So I think your secret is safe, as it were. And if your
Look, if
reputation...
anything, I think you've just been hanging out with
Zanny.
Cerny.
Oh,
Well, I don't want that.
No, the Zernicious walk of shame is a bad sign.
Deirdre,
Mm-hmm.
GM question.
Mm-hmm.
I have my bandolier. I have my belt pouch with me. Technically, I don't know how I'm carrying it. But I do have fashionable clothing. Let's say it's a bright pink sequined bathrobe.
I think Billy's face says that all. But I would like to point out
it's got like CAD embroidered on it, for short for Kadern.
You
Does
look
it
at that
say
guy
the
and you go,
nature
"What a
boy and
cat."
come with a feather boa?
No, I left a feather boa at the school and the school blew up.
It'd be really cool if the CAD stood for circumference and diameter.
Jeez.
well, that would just confirm that Kadaren is a cad.
Uh-huh. Oh,
So yeah, I would pull it out. It's probably like rumpled a bit, but like I would pull it out and kitty, and hand it to Arzo. Be like, there, you can cover yourself a bit with it.
just need a cat. Just cover yourself with nails.
He looks so
He'll
chunky.
That's
Wait.
a bit low.
go. He'll look at the robe. It's like, I do appreciate the offer, but I feel in parts this is almost as bad as being naked.
there's nothing wrong with being natural as under the sky, sky clad and appreciating.
Oh, well, then why don't you join me, Lord Muff?
Well, I would, except for one small thing. There are things that keep trying to stab
the
us.
sentence goes on. Okay.
Oh, yes. People keep trying to stab us, and that seems like a little bit of armor protection. Did you see the shrapnel that just hit me? right there. It's quite rude.
Yes,
but
and so perhaps the sequence acts as protection from
Oh.
shrapnel.
is that some sort of chaos protection on that? Is this like a bathrobe of magic armor or some such?
That it is Kadarn's robe.
Protects you from a slight chill. Drafty breezes.
Speaking of drafts and breezes, I have a feeling that we're going to have to squeeze through wherever you came out of because
I think
don't
so.
see those
Yep.
bars lifting.
There is, of course, the opening at the other end where,
Is there?
yeah. The
Oh, I thought it
telecommunication
just
was in the
ended
middle.
with the telecommunication.
It was in the middle of the doorway. There is an opening straight there.
Oh, well,
Okay.
fuck it.
Those are your choices.
We
So-
can go out the way that I had come in. I know what is down there. It
Yes,
is
but
a room.
we are following a bit of a clue. We're doing an invest. Oh, you
It's
wouldn't
fine,
remember
so I
you were
will
sort of.
head out, but
Yes,
I should
Okay.
peek through.
yes. You see, we followed using my expert natural magical abilities tied to the earth, rather than chaos. A vision that I had in the blood of you know. Gimna and following and meeting this mysterious Baldwin-like figure. Now we're followed the Baldwin-like figure tracking to this place. And so we're currently trying to see, although we've no longer seen any more tracks of the Baldwin-like figure, so it seems to be a sort of ancient place before dwarves and whatnot, or maybe dragons, we don't know, but clearly then later settled by someone, again, we don't know, but we're here. Well, this Baldwin fellow might have, well, or faux Baldwin, we don't know, might have gone through. This is quite an adventure, and you're here, good Lord Ardso. Oh, and you just pat you on the shoulder again. So we should, go further in and see what sort of adventure that lays before us, but most also so we can protect Mahakam from all sorts of evil doers and perhaps solve the mystery of who might be impersonating the good priest Baldwin. Yes, it's so good to have you here, Lord Ardso. That way, I think. Pat you on the shoulder again.
I just want to find some clothes that are not a bathrobe. That is my objective.
I do have some questions that I might ask later. I think they're quite important. I have some, really, some things have popped in my mind that I really would like to ask you about. Also, don't worry if things get bad. You could just transform into yourself,
That is not how it works. Per se.
We could work on that. We might be able to get it so that you can, whenever you wish. We'll have to experiment.
Oh,
Very
will we
excited.
have to do that?
Yes, indeed, of course. There's always an experimentation to be done.
Rena
As
just looks over and looks at you and shakes her head no, and like I'll tell you more later, and then proceeds forward.
and like once Bran walks
cautiously.
past, Math will sort of like start to move, but really is going to just be sticking by Ardso, like real close.
It's better than me. So sorry, Ardso.
Ardso became just suddenly a lot more interesting,
All right. So, Brenna, you are making your way.
Yes, as cautiously as I have throughout the past 3-4 rooms. Yes.
I need a stealth check then. Although,
Yes.
well,
Yeah, light-footed, just cautious walking, trying to see all the things. 25 with stealth.
then roll me an awareness as well.
Yes. What's that? And then awareness. All right, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
So with a, what was that? Sorry, 23.
23.
It's a short hallway that seems, again, more cleaner, polished.
Yeah, this place is clean and polished, and I don't like it.
This, and you see again in front of you that this is a room with some lights on it, and a large amount, to the front of you, a large amount of debris upon the floor. You also notice is about halfway down this hallway as you're making your way down, and it's only 20, 30 feet long. As you make your way down this hallway, about halfway point, it shifts from stone to wood. Beautiful hardwoods that are immaculately maintained.
Yeah, no. Bad juju, bad vibes. Don't like this at all.
So, who's following Brenna? And in what order? Just, little things. I need to ask.
I think when we were going in originally, Kidaren was like at the back, right?
No, it's because you weren't here. We wanted to
But
keep
also,
No,
you were
no, but-
sulking.
No,
There was
but
like
when we ended, I think I remember
Yeah.
something like that. Anyway, also due to getting used to new leg, I'll be at the back.
Okay.
Whoops, sorry.
Okay, so Brenna's at the front, Kadan's at the back.
Math is wherever Ardzo is.
Where's Ardzo?
Following Britta, but not at the front.
I guess that's me then.
Brenna, Doran, Ardzo, Math, and Kadan.
Good to know. Cool.
I saved the Countess's life just a few moments ago. You missed it. It was quite brave of
But-
me. That's what we do.
Glad
Not
Britta
also.
is not paying attention to this at the moment.
As you come in, and you come in this open space, you see in front of you, getting fancy. Sorry, players at home, that you will not be able to see this. I tried to make it work with the map overlay, and for some reason it keeps crashing on OBS. But as you enter this room, you see these wooden floors strewn about with gold coins. See piles of boxes of gemstones and chests. Large amounts of intricately worked
Oh, no.
I put everybody on there already.
Okay.
Yeah, everybody's on there already.
That's a lot of money.
Paintings, religious and non, bottles, gems. It looks like the hoard of a dragon, if one believed such.
The woman is a retirement plan.
I've met a dragon, I believe it. Though bit sus here. Gosh, this is gonna be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Do I see any gold apples?
Well, you can roll an awareness to see if you find any gold apples as you're standing at the doorway and looking at a pile of gold on floor.
Yeah, before clomping through possible gold traps. I just wanna, if I see something. 21.
You do not see anything that looks like an apple. You
The
see
apple-esque.
you see a couple pears
Oh, okay.
that have been
Gold
like
pears. Yeah.
golden pears and a couple other like gemmed fruit baskets.
Yeah.
One that looks
no
very obviously
golden
carved.
apples.
No, there's an apple carved out of a ruby about the size of a fist.
Yeah. Not what I'm looking for.
Not what you're looking for. What would you like to do?
I'd like to make an
Um,
awareness check.
You may. Anyone who wishes to may make an awareness check. That is always the rule.
My awareness check is on Ardzo. I just want to, look at him. look
Just
at him?
cautiously. Also, I'm gonna
35.
look for traps.
Okay, I
Yes.
need you to roll me an awareness then for 35. You're looking at Ardzo. Well, he doesn't have any pants
Oh
on, but he
God.
still has his
I
armor.
hope there's no traps.
I'm wanting to assess him completely. You know what I mean? Like, because there's a bit of a mystery with how fascinating. I want to really look him up and down, just really, just really just look right at him to see if there's anything interesting I might be able to pick up, looking for. I don't touch him though, but I just look at him looking for markings or tattoos, birthmarks, signs, symbols, scars, whether or not his fingernails are well trimmed. I just want to really take up how does he have beard oil in his beard? Like really just everything about him, all details.
So Math is being creepy.
Yeah, can I
Yes.
make an awareness check to see if Math is drooling doing this? Because this is weird, yo. No, but do I sense anything magical in the place?
You can roll me magical training to determine if there's anything magical.
Yes.
You can see that he is wearing, Ardzo is wearing his dwarven cloak, the way you have always seen him wear. He still has his shoes on. He's pantsless, but he has shoes on. Fun things. His hands, I believe, are well trimmed in general, correct me if I'm wrong on that. He's clean, well dressed. Well, not well dressed because he's missing his pants, but he looks like every dwarf, he looks exactly like the dwarf you've met previously. There's nothing, you might get the glimpse of a couple odd scars from combat, but they're nothing that would be out of the ordinary from what you've seen of Ardzo in general. There also doesn't seem to be anything that looks like it's been a word in my head. It doesn't seem to be anything that looks like hold on, I'm trying to fix something.
Yeah, I just damn practice secret message about
Yeah, and that's what
not
I'm
looking.
that's what I'm doing. That's also what I'm doing.
And I'll
Yeah.
just look over her shoulder and say, "Let me know if you see any golden apples."
Hey,
Why are you looking for that?
I need you to make a different roll to go with that, trooper.
Don't
Uh,
worry
Um,
about it. It's fine.
Which one would you like? Because even though I could do hex weaving, ritual casting, spell casting.
Why don't we go with hex weaving?
Mhm.
That's going to be the best roll for this.
Sure.
And
I'll
then
use 2 luck.
okay, Kadern, you are with a 20 for magical training. There are a number of items in this hoard that are enchanted in some way, that are magical in some way.
Can I point at them and tell everyone, especially Durin, not to touch them?
Some of them,
Okay.
yes. Some of them are underneath piles of gold, so you can see like the magical residue under this pile of mound of gold, but you're not 100% sure of what in that pile might be magical.
I'll just wave to the area, like,
Yeah.
don't touch this. Don't go in this corner. Don't.
so I just
step
wait out here and you bring me things.
I don't know if I want to bring things. I don't even know if I want to touch them.
Math is not paying attention to whatever it
Well,
is you people are
there's
talking
an
about.
awful lot of useful things, unless everything is like cursed or this belongs to a very specific person who is still alive. I don't see reason not to, look a bounty in the mouth.
You could assume this belongs to whoever has the telecommunicator going.
Are they
Maybe.
good, bad,
Oh, probably
indifferent?
very terrible. Pretty awful. Yeah.
Okay.
Pain in the ass.
Is this your mage problem?
Possibly. Quite probable.
So, Brenna has entered the.
I too will enter the room.
I got a 25 on that roll, by the way.
Yeah, I know. Check your messages.
Oh, sweet. Thanks.
You ask for something like that, that's how you're gonna get your answer.
Love it.
Arzo,
Mm-hmm.
what you doing?
Being naked. What are you doing?
Well, I'm chilling and running a game. I just need to know, like. I mean, you're technically not naked. You are wearing a cloak and pants, so now you're just a streaker. And a flasher.
With associates.
So, not an entire creeper.
Flasher with Associates is the name of my next band.
Flasher and the Associates.
There was a band in the Bay Area called Buck Naked and the Bare Bottom Boys. Yeah, I would see their like tour
Mhm.
van everywhere.
Yeah. We're
isn't
their
there a band
opening
called-
act.
Isn't there a band called Bear Force One?
Yes.
Yes,
There
there
is.
Yes, there is.
That's so amazing. I want to check out. Is Duran still leading at the front? Yes.
I have stayed outside of this room because I think Kadarin is
Reliable?
untrustworthy of my
Oh.
pilfering skills.
Okay. Then I'm gonna attend to Duran's wounds. Question mark.
You're gonna attend to the dude's wounds. Then you go ahead and roll that first healing hands.
And I'm going to watch
Creepily.
Arzo. Yeah, I suppose it does come off as creepily, but he's like, oh,
it's
so
the only in the
interesting.
room.
Mhm.
So, Kadarin, you can move. You should be able to have permissions to move your token then.
Nice. Boop. Can you indicate roughly where I sense the magic from?
Hold, please, while I draw a bunch of things.
Yes.
Do. Here. And this pile. And a little bit of that pile. Something over here that you're not 100% sure. You can't see it yet. Here. Couple things over here. All those good things. Oh, and this. There we go. Oh, and that. There we go. I found them all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, found them all.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I don't see the others. Okay.
Yes, you do not see the others yet because, you know, I'm playing with Fog of War and attempting to be like pro GM thing.
Yep. So I'm gonna go look for this one. I'm gonna go try to see what's up with that.
If you move over and, you know, kind of like, how are you doing so, I should ask.
Carefully.
Yes, but in what manner? What are you doing? Describe it.
Oh. What is it that I saw that I sensed the magic coming from in that? Like, was it something under?
Under or in the pile of gold, yes.
Okay, but in this specific instance, it's the under the pile.
Yeah.
Then I'll take my staff and just slowly, carefully, like poke a gold coin with it and just like drag it to the side to see if anything happens.
nothing happens at the moment. Ardzo, with that 24 on that healing hands, you can see a number of things. One, Durin is he still has that sucking chest wound problem, that he hasn't quite dealt with yet. But he is wearing full plate armor, and it looks like, unfortunately, something in full plate armor fell from a height and attempted to crush him.
This looks pretty serious.
Not gonna lie, I haven't had much worse.
I'll have to see how we can treat this on the fly until we can get you in the bed. Arjo starts looking for ways to make it better creatively with what's available. Other than his, well, I mean, he's got his set. No, he doesn't. He's naked.
Do you need anything that I can be helpful with?
Do you have any herbs on you that
Of
that
course. What would you like?
would something to dull pain?
Oh, think about that. Stalling the pain. You mean sort of already worked sort of things? I've got raw materials.
Do you have any hellebore?
Right, let me check 1 moment. And it goes through some pouches to see what is on him. Let me look at my 1 moment. As he sort of goes through. I need that to be like this. That's Aether, isn't it? Let's see. No, I'm afraid I don't. I do have Burbacane fruit, if that would be useful. It does have, its foundational base. It is still sort of infused with Aether, if that would be useful. In the same way that, hellebore petals are also infused with Aether. By the way, you know that the Lady Witch of the Countess seems to be somewhat fixated on hellebore. I don't know why.
Noted. Thank you. I will take your Burbacane if you do not mind.
No, of course. He sort of pulls out some Burbacane fruit that he has sort of like clearly gathered. How many would you like? Would you like 2? What would be useful for you?
2 will suffice for now until I see more about the injury.
And he hands you the Burbacane fruit. Anything else you might need? I'm right here as your assistant, my lord Ardzo. Do you need, if you need, cloth wrappings or something like that? I've got quite a bit in my pack. I can be very helpful. I'm right
You
here.
have a mortar and pestle, perchance?
Sorry, one moment. And it sort of pulls out some of his, ritual items, which includes like a sort of wooden bowl with a pestle. Here you go.
Oh, wow. That was quick. Thank you.
Of course.
And he'll start to grind up the Burbacane fruit in the mortar and pestle. And then once he has ground it into a paste, try to apply it. He'll communicate with Durin. If it will suffice, I will. I'd like to rub this on the area where you were hit.
Well, there is a large tract of land involved with that, but sure. As he starts to doff the chest plate.
And then once he gets that off, he'll apply salve. And like this will do for now until we can get something a little better for you.
Thank you.
So, Brenna,
Yes.
what you doing?
Am I in a corner?
Kind of.
Okay. Because I can only see a triangle of space, and so I'm.
Oh, I can.
I don't know where to move as far as like I don't know the full dimensions of the room.
Oops.
If that makes sense.
No, I did. I was you're not in a corner and hadn't revealed anything further because you hadn't entered the room.
Mm-hmm.
But now, because you have entered the room, you should be able to see that.
Oh, yes. Much better. I'm just gonna keep cautiously. I'm not stepping on any gold, if I can help it.
Yep.
Preferably climbing over other objects like this bench or table barrels, this statue thing, because much like that.
Okay, well,
table with the crates.
The statue is a little taller. It will take you some climbing, and it is also there's something, it's holding something in front of it, so there's not a lot of space. I would need an acrobatic to roll.
Failed hardcore to eat cotton candy.
And
athletics.
Kadarn, now that the rest of the
Acrobatics.
thing is exposed, you can, see the general areas where things were magical.
All right.
Yes, and athletics as you were attempting to climb over things.
Yeah. I don't trust this place. I know I didn't sense any traps, but there's a lot of gold on the floor that could be hiding a lot of traps. So I'll do that basic athletics roll.
So
Oh,
you
Brenda, that's 2 nat ones in a row.
attempt to climb up there, and you do get up there, but it's not graceful. It's very awkward. You slip a couple times. It looks...
Kadarn's too busy looking at this magic object. It's fine. No one else
Yes.
sees me.
No one else is in the room, so no one else can see you. And Kadarn, when you move a couple of the gold, you can find a small worked amulet. It looks like it's silver with an inlay of a couple gem fragments. About 2 inches tall.
Would I have ever seen something like that before?
I mean, you've seen worked and enchanted items in Mahakam before. I would need
No, but I'm thinking more of a like something that I could have seen at Banard. Like
That's
that
a
could link
history,
to
or
the
that's an
whole-
education or a history.
History doesn't exist.
Yeah, I know. I'm going back and forth between 2 different systems. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But education, yeah.
Education.
Or I don't know if there was another one that you would have wanted, but I can do education.
I think education is the most accurate one here.
I am slightly educated. 19.
It doesn't, the depiction doesn't look familiar. The work looks like some very nice, very high-end gnomish work. That's been enchanted, obviously, by someone. Mages, gnomes working together, bonding. It's fine. You would have to spend some time studying it to determine exactly what it does. But it doesn't depict, the design, for lack of a better term, is what we would probably call abstract. And it doesn't represent any runes you recognize. It doesn't represent any images that you can tie to in your memory to any of the religious, any of the major religions or gods.
Or the Wild Hunt.
Yeah, there's nothing like that. No,
Or demons.
No.
Okay. Would I know if the enchantment on this is the same as on a focus item? Is this just a gemstone focus? Like a gemstone amulet focus? Does it feel, because there's no identify. So
Yeah,
I'm trying
that's
to
what I'm
find a
saying,
way
is,
to know what's happening here.
That's what I'm saying is you can use Witcher training, not Witcher training, magical training as an identify. I'm going to tell you you'd have to roll again. The first magical training was to find all of the
Sure.
items. You would have to, mechanically speaking, you would have to then use magical training on each item as you find it.
That I'm okay with that.
Mhm.
So 19 on the amulet.
It is not a focus.
Oh shit. Okay.
It is something that is in itself an enchantment. Probably a personal ward of some sort. Almost
Hmm.
like adding a rune to a armor.
Oh, wait a second. Simon's trying to remember something that Simon wrote.
What? What did Simon write?
Simon wrote all the magical items for Witcher, so
Yeah, that is a shame. Which means you should
No.
go hashtag not sponsored, but you should go check out our friends over at Allertel Historian because they all have all
Yes.
these great books, and one of them is called Tome of Chaos, which has a whole lot of magical items in it.
yeah.
And if I
So what I'm
remember-
looking for, no, Tome of Chaos. What I'm looking at is, could this be a power stone?
Yes.
Yes, it could, or yes, it is, because I know with the check.
Yes, with a 19, yes it is.
Oh, I don't like that.
Why? They're so nice.
Oh, like what?
The place is warded. The place is warded, and I look at Brenna then trying to climb up on a dresser, and
I
I'm
think
like,
I've just scrambled the top. I'm looking for apples.
place is warded. Brenna,
Mm.
I did not know that your school had the same habits that of the animals that they take their names after, but you can stay on top of there if you want. Just don't knock anything down.
Just look away.
Um,
But I'm gonna look away with the because I was taking Kadarin lessons. I'm gonna look away with like sass, sultry, like harum, like taught me to play disinterested. So I'm playing. I'm very like whatever.
Okay,
wow,
wait,
so you're
wait.
very much like a cat.
No.
Yes.
This requires a very particular role, please.
Yes, sure.
Is it seduction?
I need to hold on. I need to.
But yes, it is very cat-like.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, my teeth are blue from cotton candy. Apparently,
And then when he's not looking, he's not paying attention, then you just kind of hit him. And then
too far. The other side of the room.
Oh wow. Sorry. It's not this one. I was like, wait, what is this? No, wrong sheet. I'm looking at. I would say that is either charisma or seduction.
We'll go with generic charisma right now
That feels
Just-
appropriate.
for my attitude that I've got. That's my best, one of my best empathy skill, but it's right up there at the top. I rolled a 4. It's not my best. It's just
Well, you got a 10.
I did.
You
I
put
got all the
effort
plus
into
6
it.
in this. I did.
You put
Effort
effort
was
into it, and
put.
the effort was appreciated, maybe. But noticed.
Mm.
The attempt was noticed. How much Kadarin appreciates it is entirely up to Kadarin.
I don't care.
Kadarin thinks the same thing that Simon just said.
Yeah.
By trying to be offended at being called a cat, she actually acts like a cat, like reinforcing the stereotype. I
Yes.
mean, come on.
Uh-huh.
She's doing it to herself.
Yes. She doesn't realize this though. It's just yeah.
But yeah, it's warded. Would I have known in my magical training if there's a possibility to unmake these things? Because here's the kicker. I wrote the item, but I never wrote in how to
No,
disable
and
them.
I think Kadarin questioning this existence, having this question, is actually the perfect place to go to break.
I'm looking for fruit.
You're looking for fruit at the top of the pillar.
I'm being helpful.
Yes, you are, Math. You're being so helpful, and
No one
we
has to
very
take it.
much appreciate you. You're so
Certainly.
great.
Yes, that's true.
Just gonna go into your bedroom and it's just gonna be pictures of Ardzo on the wall. It's gonna be
Alright.
creepy.
But have a wonderful break, stretch, bio, do all those good things, and we'll see you in a little bit, everybody. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We hope you're refreshed, stretched, all of those good things, and are ready to dive into part 2 of our Witcher Roads Home. So tonight. But yes, last we left off, I believe, Kadarn, you had asked a question.
Yes. So it's a power stone.
Mm-hmm.
How do I turn it off?
You're not 100% sure. As in, Kadarn is not 100% sure.
Hmm.
Because a power stone isn't just magic, it's a combination of magic and enchantment.
Yeah.
And
Alright, so
alchemy and a little bit of
Mhm.
crafting. You would need. You are with the roll that you made on magical training, you know that it is a power stone, and you know that it is theoretically possible to turn it off. You'd have to spend some time to do so. But you also know that if you do it wrongly, it could do a number of things.
Yeah. So here's what I'm gonna try to do.
Okay.
Right now I don't see what's at the top here in the room, right?
No, you are close enough, sorry. You
No, no problem.
are close enough to see. That.
Oh, okay, big doors.
Yep.
Yes, big doors indeed.
There's very large doors to the north that are closed, and you could guess probably there's nothing on your side to show that they that looks like any lock. And then
Mhm.
there's an open doorway that Brenna can just see to the south.
Okay. So what I would try to do at the moment
Mhm.
is use telekinesis to lift this amulet from the ground.
Yep.
And this is like a crate on top of a crate,
Yes.
or like, so I'll move it up there.
Okay. And you know that you're pretty sure that perhaps just moving them gently won't set them off.
Well, that's the point.
Yes, you're 90% sure of that.
I would need to know how much encumbrance it is, because that's gonna affect my
I mean, it's not even. It's like less than half. I mean, it's a 3-inch tall amulet.
Okay. So, because I can.
It's less than
shit.
5 kilo. It's less than a kilo.
Okay. Because I can do. I'll also write it down so I can remember. It's one per. Okay, so it's 35 encumbrance that I can move. So sure.
Yeah, this is nothing.
So what I will do is, move it there. Can I? It's a range of 5 meters. So 15 feet. Okay, so I would need 2 turns to use it.
Yes.
I will deduct the stamina.
Okay, so while you're doing that, Brenna's climbing over things.
Apples, golden apples.
Roll me an awareness now that you're in the other portion of the room.
Yeah, and I've got a good vantage point because I'm nice enough.
Yep.
Nice enough
A
high.
25.
No, it's just so to see if I fumbled using the
Oh,
telekinesis.
I'm sorry. I thought that was. Yeah, you're fine.
No.
No. She doesn't
Awareness.
roll athletics for shit anyway.
Oof, 18.
With an 18, it does not. There's a couple carved gems that look like apples. Golden pears. There were a set of 3.
Yeah.
There isn't anything else like that in this room that looks like it.
Okay, I'm gonna gently clamber over these barrels and these boxes to get there. To the doorway, and I just peek in.
Oh, you're just peeking in?
Just peeking in
Cool.
like a cat.
So if you just peek in,
Yeah, just a little.
you just make out this.
Oh.
A stone room attached to this wood floor. Large pillars that you can kind of see around, and a round circular plinth in the center of the room.
Okay.
And you see something shiny on the plinth.
Oh, don't tell me it's an apple.
Well, you have to get a little closer. You're just far enough away
Yeah,
that
Just, yeah, no.
because again, there
She's
aren't
gonna-
really any light sources in here.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, just gonna take a couple steps, squinting quietly. Oh, and then sees the floor change. Check for traps. Because that would be bad.
and on the center of this plinth, you see something
no.
round and golden.
She's just gonna say, fuck.
Your Excellency!
It's fine for now. Just fucking fuck.
Ah.
Mutterings of fuck. It's a very well-known, well-used Witcher terminology.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah. I
I'll
think she's
motion
just gonna
to-
cross her arms and lean against the doorway.
I'll motion to Durin and Durin, Arzo, and Math that you can come in now. It's safe up to here at least.
Up to here. It's safe.
And I think that Math just turned to was like, oh, we were doing medical business.
Oh, then I thought you were just leering. Don't let me keep you doing your medical stuff.
We're doing important work, but I feel as if Lord Ardzo's finished his ministrations to Lord Durin, so you can be graced with our presence if you so desire it. Although we did want to give you and the Countess a bit of moment to yourselves, but if you're done, then we're happy to be here. Mm.
I'll put the chest plate back on and be with you shortly.
Hey, no worries. All I'm saying is that some of these things here might explode. I've already pointed out a few things. I'm keeping an eye on it. And
Okay, so what I'm hearing is I need to get you a Pavis, and I need to consult with you about a Demetrium hammer. Something you can just smack things and all of a sudden they don't work.
I am not really going to hold the Dimeridium hammer.
I
Eh,
could.
she could.
I've had enough of a problem with Dimeridium as it is.
Oh,
Well, it's a problem that can solve other problems.
and you said there were magic items that we should pick up?
At the moment, not pick up. Do you see this amulet over there? And I'll point to where I
Moved
moved
it.
the amulet.
Yes.
That is a thing called in common parlance, a power stone.
Mm. Give
Um,
on.
so what it does is a little bit vague, because it is chosen by the person who created it. The least lethal that I know of is just going to send a telepathic message to the person who either made it or took some time and sort of like formed a magical bond with it.
Interesting. Have you all investigated this room while we were doing important business?
I'm not done.
But so you've started. What have you learned?
That this
Have-
place is warded and that all of this gold is probably just to entice would-be thieves to throw caution to the wind.
And so you've discovered traps.
Yes.
Where? What sort of traps? Are they sort of swinging pendulum sort of
Power
knives sort of thing?
stones,
Magical traps.
math.
Magical
They're magical traps. Like I said, least lethal are just going to warn the person who put them there. Most lethal are going to call down lightning on you.
Yes, all right. I'm going to look at one of these coins. I would like to determine how old this stuff is, because I feel like they're not really sufficiently investigating to my taste.
I'm pouting in the doorway.
Pouting in the doorway. Math, go ahead and attempt to ascertain looking at this coin, I think this is going to be specifically an education roll.
I'm also side-eyeing
and would not
Kaden
be.
because I have a feeling I'm gonna need him, and I hate it.
I'm slowly making my way there. I'm going to check the other aura, but you can do
Yeah.
everybody else first.
So Lord Keeper will not be able to trade in for education.
Wasn't it an education check?
Yeah,
That's
it
an
is.
education check.
You can do it. I was just thinking that, yeah, for Lore Keeper this could work.
'Cause we're like gatherers of like random bits of information.
Yeah,
25.
I'll come back to that. Durin, what are you doing?
Moving to precisely there and waiting for someone to either beckon me, direct me, etc.
Okay, so you are precisely here.
Yep.
There we go. Right inside the doorway, looking to the west as this room goes north-south, and you have all of this debris on the floor. Brenna's in the doorway to the south. Kadarn's making his way through the pile of gold in the center of the room.
I don't
Math,
touch the gold. I just peer at it. You know,
you are
looking at it.
peering at it. From just peering at it, it looks like gold coin. A large number and a large different varieties of minting. Different figures, different faces, different.
Yeah. Do I recognize the
I mean, like,
location these are from?
I mean, like you can recognize that some of them look like they're from. I mean, some of them look like they're from what we would call, in modern Witcher time, the Empire of Nilfgaard and all of its provinces. So you see Matina, Ebbing, Magturga, what's the one with the crazy folk who are literally will murder you in your sleep?
It's not Gamaria.
Gamaria.
Old, new, like, so the question is this like
It's a range.
it's
a
range?
range.
Range of places and ages.
Yes, let me be a bit more specific. Let's pretend, just on a hypothesis, that, for example,
and
because
Max,
some people,
yes.
some people had mentioned it, that this were a collection by a dragon. I don't know if this is true, of course. I really can't say, but let's just pretend it were. And this dragon were actively collecting gold over a period of time. Has it stopped, or is it like current? Do you know what I mean?
You
Can I
can't where you are and the limitation you gave yourself, because you're not touching it and you're not getting any closer to it. You can't determine that. You can see.
I'm looking quite close. I just don't want to touch it. You know?
Yeah, as I understand, but you're only looking at one place, and it's a
Yes.
massive pile of gold. So you are seeing a wide range of locations and times, but you don't see anything. Okay, so maybe the one in front of you isn't the most recently minted, but that doesn't mean anything because
Yes.
there's other stuff over here. You wouldn't have any. There would be no way to make. You know that you would need more
Yes.
information to make that determination.
Yes, well, then I will wander the edges, not touching them, because they all said it's all sort of trapped. And I'm going to sort of, peer quite close at all the bits of gold coins to see if I could ascertain, especially since we know this is a very old place, but there was some sort of later construction. If I can ascertain, like if there's if the last checkout date from the library was, 50 years ago or last week or this morning or just like 5 minutes ago inside the house, that sort of a thing.
Well, the problem is you're using minting of coins.
Yes, so at least we'll look at monarchs. If we've got monarchs of this,
You see a couple of
current
recent,
monarch.
if going with that 25, you can see at least one current monarch of Redania.
who has reigned for how long?
Hold on, I have to do math in my head. 25 years?
Yes, I see. By the way, there are a couple of coins that are quite recent within the reign of the current king of Redania. Just so you know, if someone's gathering these things, they might still be about. Just so you know. Just letting you know. People want to know the information.
Pretend Bath doesn't exist.
Yes, just letting you all know the important, vital information discovered by my keen eye and knowledge, gathered by traveling about far and wide as a wandering druid from the circle of King Nekvid, expert. Yes.
Brenda, what are you doing?
Well, I've pouted in the doorway for
Mhm.
a a run-on sentence of maths.
It started just
that's-
becoming him talking to himself about how great he was. It's kind of like
yeah,
trailed into
yeah,
that
yeah.
space.
I'm gonna
It is
walk
measure of
back over
time now.
to the edge. Go, Kadan. What can I do to help you speed up this process, if anything?
I don't think there's a way to speed up the process unless we want to
Right.
maybe set something off.
All right, fair.
I'm making my way to you after this one. I think I can just walk down the middle.
All right.
But also, I'm curious as to what everything in here is.
Yeah, there's a bunch of there's some golden pears and ruby apple. Whatever. I think what I'm looking for is in the next room, and it's a very plinthy, prominent things that screams magical trap. So
Of course. Why are you looking for an apple again?
golden apple. Because it was stolen.
Did you own this golden apple, and it was
I-
stolen from you?
No.
Since when are you in the business of repatriating stolen goods?
Repossession.
Yeah.
Well, you remember someone we both know had an item stolen and Arzo was framed?
Okay, so this is to basically prove Arzo's innocence.
Yes.
This was that. Was this sort of the higher vampire that we're talking about in the trial? But Lord Arzo's already been found innocent. They've already sort of convicted that Gimner fellow and got him murdered. So this is the higher vampire that they said that yes, that was part of this plot.
Just love.
I was
Flash
under the
Kadarn's
impression that we
face.
were here for our friend, the
We were
dead,
here
not
to
dead.
investigate Baldwin, and then I saw this pile of gold stuff, and then, I figured, well, maybe a gold apple would be here. It's a great place to hide it, and it sure is, right over
How
there.
convenient.
Look, I didn't know where it was going to be. I sent a message to this guy's wife in case
I'm
she
gonna
had
just
it.
follow Kadir. So let me see if I understand. So somebody stole a golden apple from this higher vampire
Yes.
and framed
Multiple
Lord-
people.
yes,
Yes.
multiple people, and it's here.
Yes. I think.
That seems quite strange, don't you think?
Not if
Is.
Baldwin is involved.
It's on a plinth right in the middle of a room with like a big spotlight and arrows pointing out it. That seems a bit strange, don't you think?
Yes.
It just seems like, I mean, bit of a weird thing, like a trap sort of thing, an
Yes,
enticement.
that's why I'm not going into the room fully yet.
But it's quite odd, don't you think?
This whole thing is odd.
This entire place is
Very
very
odd.
strange. Also, why would Baldwin have all of this here in Mahagam?
Well, that's a great question, isn't it? He was dealing with Gimna
But we
quite
don't
a bit,
actually,
apparently.
we don't really know that this is the figure that is presenting itself as Baldwin's treasure at all.
But that's what you told me we were investigating. I am
Yes,
here.
Yes, we are
Because we were investigating the meeting between Gimna and,
Yes,
air quotes, Baldwin,
yes. But you see,
who's probably Alzor.
Dan, this place itself is quite ancient. If you can see it from the architecture,
Doesn't this look like an asshole mage's type of work right here? Weird, mysterious, no clear purpose, lots of
but-
traps and shenanigans. I'm not
Yes,
talking
but-
to you, Matt. Just 1 second.
Yeah.
I'm just talking to Kadir. She's like, no, you're not going to interrupt this.
Wow. This screams like Bandit Fortress. This screams like we're walking in the back room of a crime syndicate.
What explains the big telecommunicator thing?
um,
Age.
Okay. Baldwin specifically met with Gimna and then walked in this direction. The tracks lead to here. And then he's a mage, he can teleport. So whoever's impersonating Baldwin, which we suspected is Alzor, has been here recently-ish.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Point
And
of
then,
order.
and then I turned to Math, for now you can
Uh,
say something.
Thank you, Your Excellency. point of order, this place itself is quite ancient, probably predating the inhabitants of the dwarves. However, clearly, sometime later, perhaps a few centuries, it's unclear.
We know this.
Well, I'm
No, I don't.
reminding him that some sort of new groups came in. We don't know, perhaps Ron. It's really unclear, but there's clearly sort of evidence of a continuous sort of living by different groups over quite some time, which I find quite fascinating. But then that book that you have, that you picked up there, yes, that you have because you found a diary.
Oh yeah,
Oh, okay.
Kadarn found a diary.
Would
With,
be
like-
would be nice to know.
I forgot
With-
about the book. I remember walking across the table that the book was on, but I forgot about
I
the
remember
book.
that's why I'm like
'Cause-
letting him
Because
know. that
Kadarn snatched it because we were like, yeah, Kadarn would totally see a book and take it.
Yes.
it's like a book with the weird ink with weird smell that's all kind
Oh
of in
yeah,
code.
and it's totally out of character just to speed things up. It's got the weird because Kadarn was technically here for all this. It's got the weird magic-y ink smell. And we picked up a pot of the weird magic-y ink.
You did. Yes.
Yeah.
So clearly there was that with the diary itself there that you haven't decoded yet. So it would take more time. It was clearly much more present. So it seems as if we have some sort of, and of course, the sort of the warning with the skulls. It seems as if we have some sort of multiple eras of beings being here. But I would say I could not imagine Baldwin would sort of have a sort of dragon's horde just laying about. Doesn't make much sense. So I imagine this is perhaps a
It's just his
co-location.
stash.
Why
Super
wouldn't he
liquidate
use the
fund.
gold for anything then?
He's probably I mean, imagine he does use the gold. Maybe this is just his bank that's not an actual bank. You know what I'm saying? Like a secret bank account.
Or, I mean, have you all not noticed how strangely this has all been constructed? I mean, perhaps there's some sort of dragon that built this place, and perhaps he and
Dragons are exceedingly rare.
yes, this is an ancient place from the times when dragons were here more prevalently. For all we know, this faux Baldwin is in cahoots with some sort of dragon or some such. So, nonetheless, what I'm just
That
trying to
wouldn't be
say
good.
is that we should be aware of the sort of complicated cultural history, of this place, which might. So rather than just thinking it's all faux Baldwin, it could be a mix, of some things being faux Baldwin, some things being some ancient Vron group of people who attacked people 500 years ago, or a dragon.
Well,
all
I know
sorts of
something
things.
he is from about 2-3 months ago.
Yes, and that one's from at least, at least within the last 25 years. But those ones are quite old. So I just think there seemed to be a bit of, I would say, layering of things. I wouldn't just put everything at the feet of this faux Baldwin, because some things are clearly predating faux Baldwin at all.
Yeah, just because it
Um,
predates him doesn't mean he's taking it over.
No, wait. You said it predates full Baldwin, but how can you be so sure?
Well-
Countess, go ahead.
I was gonna say if full Baldwin is Eldzor, I don't imagine he's lived hundreds of years.
It very well could.
Hundreds, like pre-dwarf. Well, I guess-
Pre-conjunction.
Pre-conjunction would be impossible. None of
Yes.
us were here pre-conjunction.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
So maybe this has been Elzor's secret hidey hole for centuries.
But at the same time, if the money you found was pre-conjunction,
There's a
not-
wide range of times and places. Not all of it was. No, of course, it wouldn't make
no,
sense. for
but
the
I
money
mean,
to
if we
be-
find things pre-conjunction here, then we can be
Pre-dwarf,
assured
yeah.
that none of us humans have ever had anything to do with their creation.
Well,
Hmm.
the place itself clearly not.
But it
At
could be
least-
looted from somewhere else.
Yes, right. I'm
Mhm.
saying this. I'm just trying to sort of note the complicated layering of historical, cultural spaces, the melange, the kaleidoscope, the bricolage, as it were, of different eras and beings all making this thing in a complicated way, rebuilding and all that.
This is very, yeah. Give me just a second, Lord Math.
Of course.
GM, what's the thing that's pinging in front of me?
What do you mean?
The magic. Is it under the gold pile again?
Yes.
I'll do the same thing. Shove delicately the gold coins out of the way. What's underneath it? Is it an amulet again?
Yes. Instead
Hmm.
of rubies, however, it seems to be made of blue sapphire.
Okay. It's gonna go where the other amulet is.
That's just enjoying sort of like checking out the space in terms of like
Yee.
architecture and all that business. You know,
Go
learning
ahead
stories.
and roll.
Uh-oh.
See, this is not going to be lore keeper. And I have a reason why I would rather have math roll education here, because this would require not just auditory collection of knowledge. This requires research and dedicated reading of books to understand for what you're if you're attempting to ascertain the architecture of this place, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, because I think we'd done that before earlier, but
Yeah.
let me see.
That was, you did that upstairs in the other hallway, and you did make a determination based on the
17.
anthropology. And the 17 you can, because this is now you're looking specifically at this particular sculpture and comparing it to something that you would have read about, right? You have to make the comparison to something, not just information that you retained through auditory rote, which is how druids remember things, because druids, full disclosure, don't have written language.
They're storytellers. They gather things.
Yeah,
wander around.
exactly. But this
Gather
requires,
stories.
but to see the comparison of the art requires books and that kind of level. The walls and the outside structure, again, mimic that older pre-dwarven society of some sort. Maybe Vron, maybe Draconic. You're not 100% sure. If it's Draconic, then perhaps they were shapeshifters, because size, like the height of this space is, a good 20, 25 feet, but it's not, you're not fitting a full dragon in this room. It's not gonna happen. It's not long enough, it's not big enough, it's none of that. But the statues that are added, the change of colonnades, some of the paintings and other things, that is later. Again, maybe conjunction, maybe just around the conjunction period. They seem to be tied to one of the human and or elven cultures. You're not 100% sure of which one. This, and it's not just the size, because that's the thing, is like, you have to remember, there's always the concept of creating your statuary, no matter your culture or your species, as a larger scale to increase impressiveness. But when dwarves or gnomes create larger dwarves and gnome stature, they're still in the same scale and portion, thank you, portionality of dwarves and gnomes. This is not that. There's an elongation here that seems to be intentional and mimicking either human or elven. You're not 100% sure. You would need a little bit more research to do so, and perhaps a cross comparison, because particularly conjunction period comparisons are, or even just before, if you're looking at elven work just before the conjunction or human work just after the conjunction, there's a lot of overlap and similarities. But
I think like, basically he's like noting everything and gathering things, like sort of taking notes, because this is like part of the gathering information process that as a druid.
That you would do. Exactly. And like, now that you know this, you can definitely think about adding this to the lore that you would have. But the reason I said education is because this is a visual comparison that we would require a level of research, right?
And he'll probably take little sketches, what I mean? Like, because, and like, they're doing whatever it is with some kind of golden apple trap, has to do with the vampire, I don't know. But he's like, oh, there's some sort of architecture. And he's sort of like taking all of this as notes, because he's trying to, he figures he can take all these stories and he'll, take them back to the circle and like, add them to this sort of collective knowledge and maybe gain information about that.
All right. Durin, what are you doing?
Again, standing here and waiting until required.
All right.
Because it's just like after the previous two things of where I nearly died, and then, well, I have this very nifty piece of amethyst.
Mhm.
Apparently, magic is just very dangerous, highly combustible.
Yes,
Yes.
that you're not wrong in that statement. Cadarn, what are you doing? You've moved that second amulet.
Yep.
There isn't anything magical between you and Brenna.
That is awesome. I will thus make my way to Brenna. Well, make my way to Brenna.
All right.
But on the way,
Hit that pile of 3.
yeah, that pile
Yeah,
of 3 and
it's
that one on
tempting
the
you.
other side. It's because you said that in some places it wasn't necessarily hidden.
No.
So are any of these 4 not hidden? And if
Okay,
so,
so
what do
the
they
one
look like?
the one to your southwest over here, that's inside what's magical is coming from inside like a box, like one of a domed
Oh, okay.
cask, what we call casks with a like a latch lock. So there's something inside the box. You're not 100% sure.
What's in the box?
With you would have to
What's
open
in
the
the
box. You would have to open that, and then you would have to break that, Schrodinger question about what's in the box. This one here, that's at the bottom of this trilogy of 3 to your southeast, or I guess now northeast because you moved.
Yeah.
It is a very intricately carved ruby apple.
Oh, that's the ruby apple.
On here, there's like a small brazier that's sitting in front of this statue. That itself is magical.
The brazier on the statue is magical. Okay.
And then in here, it's underneath a pile of stuff, and you'd have to look at it.
Oh, okay. Then passing by, I'll try to just identify
that
what
ruby
the
apple.
apple and the brazier are.
Well, then cast. I need magical
Yes,
training
yes,
for
yes.
one, and then the
Yeah, no,
other.
I froze for a second because I see that is something that I need to be careful about when I mispronounce words. And I was like, did I pronounce brazier right? Yes, I did.
Yes.
Okay.
Many people do not, but you did.
Yeah, well, it's because if you mispronounce it, it becomes something else entirely.
Yeah.
So,
Flaming bras.
yep.
That ain't what we want.
Braziers.
That's something different.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so this is the ruby apple.
So the
Oh.
ruby apple is not ruby.
Ooh.
It's been disguised.
Is it the real gold apple, and the one in there is just a big old trap?
Is
You know it's been disguised and like illusioned in some manner, but you would
Oh.
have to dispel it.
I could try to dispel it. Okay.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
But I'll just roll for the brazier first.
yeah. The brazier.
Brazier.
Yeah, the brazier. Yeah, no, I did it on purpose.
Yes, I know.
22 on the brazier.
22 on the brazier. You're pretty sure that it's linked to a number of others in this space, and that it's like a fire
Fun.
spell, like a
Crap
light
off.
spell that you could use to work the entire space, and perhaps a
Okay.
number
Like
of
one,
others.
light them all.
Okay, so
Very simple
there's
enchantment.
a good chance that all of the fires in here are enchanted and controlled by this one over there. Not 100% sure.
Right.
However, one thing I am very curious about, and as I say that, I'll dispel the ruby apple.
I need that spell crafting.
Yeah. I'm gonna pump my last 2 points of luck in there.
Cool, because you still have 6. I don't have them on the board. I'm sorry. I'll do that.
Yeah.
There are
Maybe
6.
use like 2 from the group.
I'll
thing,
use
too.
2 from the pool too.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be a +4. For
Hey.
26, wow, that is very average.
So with a 26, you dispel it and you realize it is underneath this glamour of a ruby apple. It is instead just a sphere of lead
Oh.
that's been inscribed.
2 questions first. Stamina.
You're going to need I don't have to do math. 5 stamina.
Okay. And then the second part is that still magical?
Yes.
The sphere is still magical.
Yes.
What's it inscribed with?
With 24, can I know what the fuck that is?
That is definitely an alarm and an anti-theft of some sort.
Okay. So
Like-
anyone who would have taken, yeah, like the shiniest shit in the whole
Mm,
horde is the one thing that,
fist-sized ruby apple. Yeah.
yeah. Thank God we don't have a little monkey running about. Good. Well, for anyone here, no one touches that thing.
All right.
That's going to bring a lot of woes upon us.
Don't,
don't
touch,
touch
the
it.
woe orb.
We don't touch it, we don't move it.
What
Right.
sort of woes? Like a curse or
I believe it will call the owner of this place back.
oh, interesting. By the way,
Or other things.
what
or
happened
other
with that
things.
sort of telecommunicator that was actively broadcasting what we were doing to someone? Did you
I
figure out-
I stopped the broadcasting and I forced it to look at the, well, no, it blew up, so it's not going to do anything anymore.
No, I meant, did you figure out who did it?
No, all I could know is that it was still broadcasting. So if anyone was looking, they saw us come in.
Hmm.
Yes.
So you failed. All right, that's interesting. Go on.
I was going to say that I am a little tired and I would need to take a small break since, I'm starting to fail at my task. So Lord Math, if you would like to go and help Brenna in the other room with the golden apple, I would appreciate it.
Oh, the golden apple's clearly a trap. We're not going to touch it, are we? That seems silly.
I've been disabling a bunch of traps. Your turn now.
Oh, I don't deal with chaos magic. My magic's of the earth and of nature. I don't do those things.
So
Seems like
the
a-
magic of the earth isn't powerful enough to undo chaos.
No, we don't want to. It's like dirt. Do you know what I mean? Like not dirt like my dirt, which is good and normal and lovely dirt like the earth. But it's like, when you're like you're wearing a pink bathrobe with sequins, you wouldn't want to get it muddy if you could help it. So we try not to like,
No, of
As
course, but here's
short
the thing.
finger itches.
If my good friend was having a problem, let's
Hmm.
say with his wardrobe, I
Yeah.
would happily, without being asked, lend him my sequin pink bathrobe. And in this case, you have a friend, me, who's asking, has a bit of a trouble because he's
Oh.
starting to fail at his task, as you
I
have
see.
so
I see.
eloquently put it.
yes.
So I would need you to lend me your metaphorical, bathrobe by helping Brenna in the other room with the apple while I take a breather.
Just
Why would I
keep
help
looking at
you?
them.
Why would I help you?
Yes, indeed, really. So strange.
I teleport out of here.
No. But it's like, no, come on.
Darren,
Oh
Mhm.
no. It's
are you
warded.
are you going to teleport out of here?
Yeah, I am.
Oh no. This is how we all die.
Would you like to roll magical training? Or excuse me, spellcrafting. Spellcrafting.
Sure.
For your teleport, and then I have another roll I need you to make.
20.
I need a resist magic, please.
15. Ooh, that's low. No, that's the
That is
lowest I can go.
bad.
Without rolling a one.
Without- yeah.
You go through your gestures to teleport off dramatically. And unfortunately, you begin to dissolve, and then everyone else sees you immediately reappear and then collapse on the ground. Pinned to the ground.
Ooh.
Prone, with a weight, metaphysical, sort of, on your chest, holding you in place. And everyone here can hear a loud bell ringing and tolling through the space. I would like to remind you, you knew this place was warded when you tried.
That sounds like an alarm. Kadan,
Wait, I knew that the place was warded ahead of time against teleportation.
No, you knew the
You're just
place was
wa-
warded
it was
in general.
warded. You didn't know against what.
Oh, okay, okay.
And you teleported in the warded place.
I look at you on the ground like, did you trip that?
Yep. Yeah, I did.
Are you going to stand up now?
I'm gonna take a break. I told you I would need to take a break, so it's up to you, Math. Everything's up to you now.
It
You're-
usually
It's
is.
up to you.
I get ready. By the way, alarm's ringing.
Brenna
Alarm.
is just so tempted to be like, fuck it, grab the apple and just go out the doors.
Could
But
you?
she's like, oh, but Katarn.
I prepare. Gonna take a recovery action. Get myself ready.
Okay, so
Take
you
my
took a
sword out.
recovery action. Kadarn is taking a
You know what?
recovering
I'm
action.
gonna
You
take
are
a
pinned.
recovery action too. That's so
Mechanically,
wise of me to do.
mechanically speaking, Kadarn, you are prone
Mm-hmm.
and entangled for 5 rounds.
I'm gonna, not knowing that he's entangled, I'm just gonna try to peel him up off the floor. I think he's just maybe frail from
I
his
just think he's
fall.
being,
You reach down
Shirker.
to try and pull him up. Brenna, I need you to roll me a resist magic, please.
Oh, no. Use.
I may have looked up some spells recently. It was fun.
Oh, nope. Let's do that. Okay, resist magic. Oh, is this a resist magic or is it, can I use my heliotrope?
Remind me what heliotrope does.
When a witcher is targeted by a spell, invocation, or hex, they can roll heliotrope and then attempt to negate the effects.
It replaces resist magic, basically.
I will let you roll this. I mean, technically, you're not the target. Well, you kind of are, but you're not really the target. So yes, I will allow this.
Okay,
Go ahead and roll heliotrope if you wish.
I would wish 22.
22. You reach down and feel it start to try and grab at you, but you manage to pull yourself away and realize that
Yep.
there's something holding him in place that was going to try and suck you in as well.
Yeah, don't poke down.
Oh,
Got it.
You're gonna
Pulling back,
be stuck there for a
crossbow.
little bit. It's magic.
he's got some sort of.
Magic.
Oh, it's magic. Can I like wiggle my fingers?
You're prone and entangled and grappled, so you have a -2, but yes.
Okay, because I'm gonna cast Dispel Magic.
Mhm.
Because I only need what do I need again?
You're high enough in level. You're pretty good,
Uh,
right?
Yeah, it's just I don't need spoken words. I only require hand gestures. So yeah, I would try to dispel whatever's holding me.
Yeah, you know immediately this is magic. Yes, you would know that.
Well, I mean, Brenna just told me because of the.
Mhm.
And you said with a -2.
Because you're grappled, mechanically speaking.
Ooh, is that going to work? Did it do the -2?
Yeah,
it did the -2.
yeah.
It does.
So 19.
A 19, you try and get a bullet, and you feel that the magic is just too strong.
Not right now, it seems.
Right.
So you don't
Wow.
lose any stamina for that.
No, but I mean, next turn I'm gonna try again.
No, but I'm letting you know.
Right, well, Brenna's so close to just saying, fuck it. There's already an alarm being set off. Might as well go into the next trappity room. Nothing has come at us yet. Yet being the key word. I'm a little scared that beyond those big doors is like the Dwarven Council Chamber, and this is the
Brenna?
Dwarven Treasury. Yeah.
Brenna?
Yep.
If you go in the other room and the door closes and you're separated from us, and then something comes to attack us, all of our deaths are on you.
Fuck.
Out of character question.
Yes.
Druids are magical. They have
Yes.
the ability to do magic, but the priest druid type class does not have magical training as a skill. But I would like to try to figure out what's happening with that.
You can attempt to roll spellcrafting and determine if
Okay.
you can, because you are not trained in magic the same way.
Yes.
You
Yeah.
have to use spellcrafting, and you would have a different DC to understand the information.
Perfect.
I'm just looking for a bell at this point to get it to shut up. I have a feeling it's a magic bell, but you know, you never know.
Oh, well, you can roll me awareness
27.
for that. And with a 27, you're rolled high enough. 17. We'll come back to that in a second.
Yeah.
With a 27, a magical ward was set off somehow, and is entangled. The spell is a spell is holding Kadarin in place, of some sort. You're not sure what kind. You don't know what it'll do.
I'm hoping I could give him a bonus on his next dispel roll based by sort of analyzing what's going on, and hopefully that this might give
Oh,
him
so
a
you're
bonus.
you're attempting to assist him and giving him
Yes.
assistance.
Yeah. But in a way that will probably be irritating, more like, oh, well, what you didn't realize is it seems as if there's some kind of know-it-all kind of irritating sort of way that will hopefully give him a bonus when he does his dispel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mechanically speaking, this will happen.
Thank you.
So we're just going to mechanically jump through all of this and just go from there.
Mechanically speaking, I roll my eye as a free action.
Yes, rolling your eyes at the current moment because you're not petrified is still a free action for you.
I just want to make it clear that I'm going to try to druid explain what's going on with this spell in a way.
You're
that
gonna
will-
math-splain.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah.
math-splain, in
Yeah.
a way that would just be sort of irritating for him because we have that.
I feel
we
like
have that.
druids don't explain like math does. I feel like it's just math splaining.
It's just
Probably
math
true,
planning.
actually.
Durin, what are you doing?
You looking for
Okay.
a bell too?
Pavisis up, pulling back crossbow, loading it with a bodkin arrow because something's coming.
With a 17,
It's not my best roll. It's not a bad roll.
it's not a
It's
bad
not my
roll.
best
As you're
roll.
you're just looking around in the treasure room.
Trying to pinpoint by noise specifically.
By
like,
noise?
if I can hear where the bell
Um,
is coming from, so I can get it to shut up. Pinpoint where it is. Or if
You
it's
can
multiple
hear
bells.
it directly above you.
Like the floor above us.
You're not sure if it's the floor, but I mean, it's a ceiling level.
It's around the ceiling. Okay,
and
but I don't see any bells.
No, you don't see any bells. You do see with a 17, and going back to your previous examination of this room, you did see a number of things on the plinth.
Okay. Yes. Probably not bells because it's not above us.
But you're not sure. You'd have to take a better look at stuff.
Yeah, and if this again, he said like, are there doors or is this just an archway?
These to the north, south, east, and west, to the south, east, west, and south are just archways. Just the only doorway
just
is to
the
the
doors
north.
are to the north. Okay.
And then there's the other doors to the north as well.
Yes. So no doors here. So there.
Well, I mean,
check to make sure there's no.
there are doors. Let me re-explain because I messed up on my explanation. So
Mhm.
in this southern chamber with the plinth and the
Yes.
golden apple that's sitting on the middle of the
Yes.
plinth, there are
Mhm.
archways to the south, east, and west. The door that
Okay.
connects to the treasure chamber is open to the north.
But there is a door.
There are two doors and they're swung
Okay.
fully open.
And if they close, then yeah. Okay. Okay. I wasn't sure if that was an archway
but
or a door, so.
but you can see that their latch that those two doors you had seen previously are call it they've got chains that are hooked to the wall, so they're hooked to the wall for the moment.
Okay. So it's less likely for them to just magically shut because there's chains keeping them open.
And you're roll me a deduction.
I would love to do that. Call me average deduction, McGee.
But a 14 is not bad and just good enough for this.
Yeah.
You remember that in the previous chamber, the minute
Mhm.
you walked in, the portcullis fell and locked you in.
Yes. Yes.
The alarm has been going off, and these doors haven't closed.
Okay. Yeah. So, and there's no portcullis for him. So,
No.
Fuck it. I'm just gonna make sure there's no floor traps. 'Cause we encountered those before, and I'm just gonna while Kaden's pinned down, just take a few more steps in to get a better look. See if the alarm gets quieter in this room.
It doesn't.
Okay.
And it doesn't look like with your going off of your previous roll, there are no pressure plates that you can see.
Okay.
There are nothing. The floor seems level, well, as level as everything else is, and this is almost polished to a sheen.
Oh, gross. Okay. Yeah.
And it's slightly reflective as you step upon it. Kadarn, with mathsplaining, you can get the +2 to your dispel magic roll.
So we're gonna negate the penalty.
-2. Yeah.
Chat, do we have any luck?
There are 5.
I'm gonna use 3 if you don't mind. Do you all mind if I use 3?
I do
You
not.
Okay.
Nope.
So
Awesome.
is the power of chat better than the power of math? Oh no, I only did a +3. It was supposed to be. No, that's it. Yeah, because I removed the -2.
Mhm.
So yeah,
Mhm.
26.
26 is good enough to break the.
Yeah, but it's how much?
That's going to be 6 stamina.
All right, -2 for my my focus, or it includes the -2.
No, it does not include the -2 for your focus.
Okay, cool.
So that would be a 4.
Yeah, that's cool. Am I in single digit stamina? I am in single digit stamina.
No, no.
You know, you don't look so well.
As you get up off of the floor from being
Mhm.
prone.
Good job.
Actually,
Working your way
I don't. Once I've dispelled it, I just hold my hand up for Math to take it. I want to know if one, if you will, and 2, how long it's gonna take.
I see you do it. It's like, well, like, and it's like it doesn't actually take too long. It just seems like there's a lot of formal customs he just follows, right? So he comes and he just
Okay, so it's going. Okay. No, I'm sorry. I wanted to check him.
He's feeling out math.
yeah.
Feeling up.
Durin, what are you doing? You're just waiting?
I'm. Those look like very like end boss doors.
Yeah.
So it's the eyes are darting from there to creeping around, looking at the mage capade that's going on right now, and then back down towards Ardzo,
The
seeing
druid lemma.
it's just seeing where we are and where's the threat coming from, because I have a bodkin arrow ready for somebody.
Good to know. Brenna.
My sword's out, but I'm like hand on hip, like leaning, squinting, looking to see if anything else is on this plinth.
Roll awareness.
And the room, I guess, because the alarm's
Yeah.
still going off just as loudly.
23.
23. Much
You
better.
see a number of of raised and twisted carvings off the wood
Mhm.
that you're pretty
Mhm.
sure you could that look like they're designed to twist and push back in.
Okay, it's like a puzzle.
There are 10 of them.
Are they all in like a spot, or are they around the plinth?
They're around the equidistant
Okay.
around the plinth.
Yeah, and then that apple is just sitting there.
There's the plinth. The stone plinth itself is about 20 feet across.
Oh gosh.
Then there's
yeah, that's a big
the center, and it's lower. It's only like 5, like, so it's a pedestal basically. So the pedestal, the pedestal is 20 feet across, and that's only about 5 feet high. And the plinth itself comes up out of it, and that's bronze or copper. You're not 100% sure. There's a lot
Sure.
of wear and aging. Nice patina on it. Definitely not steel. Definitely not lead.
Yeah.
Or gold. And that stands about 4 feet off from the top, from the pedestal base. So it's 4 feet, and then the apple is right there. So the apple is about 9 feet off the ground,
Okay.
and the
I could climb that. That's a terrible idea.
the plinth itself is the one
Yes.
that has the
Yeah, the things. I imagine you put them in and it like lowers or something maybe, but at the same time, Rena's like climb that. I could jump. Maybe have like Durin give me like a foot boost up. I can probably magically trapped or something though. God, Kadarn.
by this point you turn back and Kadarin is up off the ground.
Mm-hmm. And no other immediate threats in this room.
Nope.
All right.
The bell is stopped, right?
Nope.
Nope.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
You can now see the whole room from where you are.
Oh, cool. Oh,
A
nice.
number of tall columns and intricately carved sculptures stand and look down around these niches that form around the square of the room with the plinth in the center. Again, the floor is perfectly polished like a reflective marble, and
Mhm.
the only
bad.
point of sparkle in the room is this golden apple.
Yep. Just fucking neat Kadan business. Right. Well, at least you didn't teleport away. Stomp,
Um,
stomp, 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 stomp. Stomp back into the room.
16 feet. I cannot telekinesis it.
Kadan.
What?
The room's not mega trapped, at least I don't think it is. Could you tell me what your mage eyes see? Kadan.
I'm gonna walk up. I'm gonna walk up to here, and I'm gonna check what do my mage
mage.
eyes see with a 19 in magical training.
Are we looking at the obvious trap room? Is that what we're doing? The big
Yeah, we are.
Yes.
Oh.
The plinth that the apple is resting on is magical.
Of course it is.
It doesn't seem to be. It seems to be warded, but it definitely seems that the key is in those 10
Mm-hmm.
carvings that you can push in. You'd have to do a little bit more looking at them in particular to figure out anything that goes with it.
Where are the thing again to push the 10 things to push?
They're around the base, like they're around the circle thing.
They're on the
Right.
circle. Okay.
Yeah.
So they're
Would it-
like here.
Ring around the rosy.
Yeah.
Would
Yeah.
it-
Yeah. Okay.
So
Would
like
it make sense for Lord Rasmus to just shoot it off with his crossbow that he's like, target practice? I'm sure he's quite accurate with that sort of a thing.
No, but I might need your help, Lord Math.
Oh, of course.
would you like to know about the rest of the magical training first?
Yes. Please continue. I thought that was it.
No.
Oh no.
Kadan,
Hmm.
you have that very sharp tickle at the back of your neck. That one that says, you know, we could come out to play. A lot of fun.
I'm gonna try to ignore the voice.
Oh. Don't you want to play? I think I
Lord
want
Math.
to play.
Yes.
No, he's doing his best to ignore it.
Well, math will definitely help you ignore anything else in the room.
That's the thing. I'm gonna drown out the voice with Math's voice.
Yes. How may I help you?
How do we defeat demons, Lord Matt?
He gives advantage on resist whispers.
You seem to be well versed in anything ancient.
Well, as you may, my circle is one of the oldest, and we, of course, we're
A simple yes
trained.
and no or no would suffice.
But
I
yes,
don't
of
think
course.
you. Oh, look, you brought me someone new to play with.
You wish to know my great
Kadarin doesn't say anything to the voice,
knowledge.
but he does think that, Math is not Yanto. So, like, it's not 0%. Like,
Math is also 27 and a human. You know what I mean? He's got the
He
no,
could
it's
be
just because I don't know you.
oh no, it's good.
He could be so much fun. He thinks
Yeah,
he
I'm
knows
trying
so
to focus right now.
much.
Can you just
Oh no,
not-
no. You don't want to talk.
No, I don't.
You don't want to play?
No.
I think
don't
I'm
wanna
going to play with my new friend now.
I've had enough playing for a while with everything and everyone.
Math.
Wanted to
Oh,
ask me something?
Math.
Does Math hear it? Oh,
Want to come
I'm-
out and play?
I'm hearing a voice in my head. Are you the person who made that sort of? By the way, everyone, I've been contacted. Are you the one who made that sort of telecommunication
Stab him.
device?
No, I'm just
No,
kidding.
no,
I
it's a
don't.
voice. There's a
Matt
voice.
says he
No.
hears a voice in his head. That's almost Brenna grounds to stab him. I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
I'm being contacted by someone. Is this the faux Baldwin? Please identify yourself. I am Lord Math Varen.
Math, this
Master.
voice is probably a demon from the void. You do not want to be talking to.
Yeah, we don't fuck with demons.
Okay, why? We brought you down here for necrophage problems, not demon problems.
Yeah,
you
I
bring
hate
demon
Look,
problems?
demon problems was not in the contract. Will not.
Math.
You're apparently a demon. Is that correct?
We should
By the way,
play.
he's saying this out loud. Well, I don't actually deal with unnatural things, if you don't mind. So sorry. Also, where did you
Oh,
show
is
up in-
that what you call your little Leshen friend? Do they know that you embrace that level of chaos and cursing? Hey, Witcher. Witcher.
Fuck off. That's just Brenna's response to all demons.
I-
Fuck off.
Lord Mafia is what caused your little friend to become furry. Isn't that interesting?
Fascinating.
I wonder what would happen if we just played a little game. Him and me and all of you. Kadan. We
No,
should play
enough.
together.
I will find a way. Find you and destroy you and your entire dimension.
That means you want to come play with me. I like this idea. Come find me, Kader. We'll play a sweet game.
The sooner you shut the hell up, the sooner I'll come find you. How about that?
I'll take that as a contract, Kadern. Thank you very much.
It's not,
And
It's not.
but whatever.
The demon stopped speaking to me, so I think we're all fine.
Yeah, no, demon problems are never that simple.
Okay, can someone stop the bell? Why are there demon problems? And why are
I
we
looked
fucking
for
around
a-
with golden apples?
I looked for a bell. I couldn't see one. It's from above somewhere. It's just as loud in that room. Golden apple. Look, if you don't want higher vampire problems in Mahakam, it'd be best to get this out
I
of
can
Mahakam.
make a golden apple. It's not that hard. Just give me gold.
It's not the same thing. I promise. Has to be this specific golden apple. And he would know the difference.
This does not seem like the necrophage problem you were hired for.
Hey, Durin. Since you're paying attention,
Yeah.
as you say that, you hear the
Necrophages.
sound of something running down the hall towards you in this way.
Oh, fuck. Just turn around. Get ready to fire.
And you see something emerge from the darkness in through to the hallway that looks very much, and please excuse the mini that's on the map, like the Bulvor that you saw before.
Fuck that guy.
First there's fuck, and then there's oh shit, and then there's the firing of a crossbow.
Okay,
Oh,
heading that way.
attacks happened.
Please fire your
Look
crossbow.
alive, everyone. By the way, I didn't bring the demon. I don't know this demon at all.
No, that's on me.
Dan, you brought a demon?
No, they just are attracted to me because, I mean,
Is it
look at me.
dipshit?
It sounded like
You are objectively
I don't know,
good-looking
Deirdre.
and
Was it
true.
the same? Was it the same voice?
It did not sound like Desire.
Oh, okay. No, it's a different one.
Fucking
11.
hell.
I'm guessing the shot goes wide.
Yes, the shot will definitely go wide. His base defense is a 15.
Yeah.
And that's, you know, and because there's a minimum, you have to hit a 15 with an archery and all of this stuff,
Yeah,
particularly as you're firing
no.
into the dark.
Yeah.
Yes, so this, what is, this 3.5 meter, 9 and almost 10 foot tall, 11 foot tall, heavily muscled, but full of carrying a lot of weight with protrusions of spikes and horns, a large calcified horns that come across and around from the outside around the jaw that opens to reveal overly hinged opening to reveal multiple teeth comes storming into the space as you Durin's shot goes wide. What would you like to do? You still can move if you wish.
I'm backing away towards the people with all the sharp pointy things. I'll get to probably about there.
Can we move as well?
Yes.
Hearing Darren's shit.
Yes,
I'm gonna
you can.
move up as far as I can. To bottlenecking it would be good. I was trying to
Yeah, it is currently inside a hallway.
yeah, getting it like meeting it in the doorway
Mhm.
would be probably ideal to prevent it from coming into this room with possible explodey things.
Do we all have like one round? Or?
You have one round because it does not get because of Durin, it doesn't get a surprise attack on you.
So what's out? Oh! And then I put the necrophage oil on my blade.
Yes, you will put your
Gloop, gloop,
necrophage.
gloop, gloop, gloop.
I cast Blood of the Mountain on Brenna, the Countess, because after all, she actually does quite a bit. So I like her. She's quite efficient at what she does, and give her, Countess, Your Excellency, Your Eminence, you now are connected to the earth.
Blood of the mountain, got it.
Through, you know, the natural way of dealing with mystical things and way that, you know, is
I'm right next to you as you say that. I just
Yes.
roll my eye, put my sword on fire, and just go.
Cool. Kadarn, you have what is your one action in preparation?
Okay. Well, the action is going to be casting Catfin's Grasp.
On your weapon.
Yeah, and then I can move up to my speed. That's it.
Yes. Unless you want to spend yes, because it's a one round of preparation.
Mm-hmm.
No, I just do that.
All right.
Oh, and I need to roll a d6 for the 6 rounds.
I'm sorry, Prax, there has been a request for an eye roll counter, perhaps.
There we go.
If that might be possible in the future.
Schmelzer, I will take that under advisement and add it for next week.
Nice. We're already at 2.
I'll make sure to remember. So, where was I? Oh, it's now our dear friend, the Bulvor's turn. He, however, can see Oh, I can see the thing and the thing. So it's going to charge at. It's going to rush into the room and charge at Brenna.
Yeah, figures.
Charging at Brenna. Brenna charge. So it will roll its attack. It does take a penalty for charge, theoretically. So, oh, I rolled crap. So it's a 17 as it charges at you.
Okay. Dodge it.
You dodge out of the way, which is good because it would have been very bad. However,
because momentum.
his momentum.
Wait.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
is now, however, standing in front of you, and it's going to swing one of its claws at you for its.
Yeah, they do that.
Yeah. Oh, can I roll above a
Oh,
5?
I dodge it.
40.
Yeah, you're very good at dodging out of the way. But now this
do like a-
large
I
thing
just do
is
like a
in the
backflip.
space.
Yeah.
Very large
before I
thing
make it
in
to
the
the door.
space.
So,
Now, we're going to roll for initiative.
Sure.
Um,
14. Did it add the...
no.
No, it didn't. I will add it manually then. Ulvor.
Can you see all of our names in the turn order box?
Yes, I've got Brenna, Kadern, Durin, Math. I've got Brenna twice and Durin twice.
Because I only see my name in the Bulvor.
I see everybody.
You have
But
to
you see their
scroll
na-
down.
These are names.
I don't see the names, but I see everyone's tokens.
Yeah, I see everybody's token. I just don't see their names.
You don't need
Yeah,
names
same.
necessarily. As long as you have the tokens. I see my name. And Bulbor.
Yeah, I see mine in Blur. But if you hover your mouse on the token anyway,
It'll
it's
show
gonna
you who
highlight
it
the
is
person.
too. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's Brenna, the
Mhm.
Bulvor, Kadern, Math, Durin. How do I...
Y'all in chat, I'm just saying. Just saying.
Why is there are 2 extra... I don't know why these are here. Don't know how to get rid of them.
I don't see any extras.
I don't see an extra either.
I don't. It's because you probably didn't clear the turn order from the last map.
Yeah. Okay, but we'll just leave it then. All right, so 18, 14, 14, 12, 8. There we go.
Yep.
Top of the round, Brenna. This big thing is in your space and very angry.
Yeah. I just hit it. I'm gonna hit it with my new sword.
Mm-hmm.
Try at least. No. That. Torso. Nice middle ground there. Get him a little sepsis. There we go.
Nice.
Oof. Well, the first one's going to be a crit.
Oh, it's gonna be a big old crit.
Yes, it is. It will be a deadly crit.
Oh!
Go ahead for that deadly
Nice.
crit.
Hell yeah. Okay.
And the second one will also be a deadly... Why can't I roll?
Nice.
Oh my gosh.
Why is my Bulvor not rolling well?
Yeah, Bulvor. We meet Bulvor. We meet
No, no,
again.
no. We needed the Arzo. Our Arzo rolled all those crits earlier, and
Yes.
this is the wrath of Arzo.
So that's the first one.
Yep.
The second one adds 7 to each of those for
Yeah, for the
blade oil.
for the oil, yeah.
And then we've got the silver, which is 46.
Hold on. I have to do math.
Might help if I could.
Yes, and yes. Okay, yes, go. Oof. She is not liking that.
Also,
Yes.
do Bulvors bleed?
Do they? Do Bulvors bleed? That's a great question.
And it's double ablation damage on their armor. On the armor.
No, they are immune to both bleed and poison.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry,
and
I
I'm
was
gonna
like,
do
I
it
was like, I
again.
remembered they had an immunity to one, and we had talked about this, and I couldn't remember. It is immune.
Mhm.
They're immune to both poison and bleed.
Can we do it again?
But reduce their stopping
Doop,
power
Doop 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 doop.
Mm-hmm.
by
Mhm.
4.
So
Because of the mountain.
Yeah. So it's double. So rather than 1, 2 per.
Okay, so the first one will hit, but will not be a crit.
yeah,
Second one will hit and
baby crit.
baby crit, baby crits.
Yes, 8. So yes. Okay, and then we go.
So those
Dun,
damages
dun,
are
dun.
important.
Yes. And then plus 7 to each of those, and then that's my silver.
Oof! It really did not like that, by the way.
I'm good. I did not like it the last time it showed up.
Cool, 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 cool.
That's my turn. He pissed me off last time, so I made oil that he wouldn't like specifically.
Wait, but did we roll for what the crits were?
No, what is the turn order doing? It's being very
Well-
weird.
Oh, bye-bye turn order.
It came back. Don't worry. It just
Why is
Things
Bulvor suddenly
around.
28?
yeah. The Bulvor is 14, and it
Yeah.
should stay 14. Thank you very much. Yes, we have to roll for the crits.
We do 2d6?
Yeah.
Or
More
they were
sepsis.
they were torsos each time.
So
So,
yeah, they're specifically torso shots each time, and one was a deadly crit.
yeah, the
So
one was
torso
with
shot
the-
is you've given it septic shock,
Absolutely.
Yay, septic
Of
shock.
course.
but it
My
doesn't.
favorite.
But it doesn't take the penalty for poisoned because it is immune to poison.
Can't be poisoned. Yeah, that's okay. Nothing
Um,
like some septic shock though. To
Septic
liven
shock
up
is
your day.
important.
and then
Yeah.
the other one is
Those
the
things.
you did baby crit again to
Baby
the
crit.
torso.
Mm-hmm.
Is a foreign object. Their recovery and crit healing is damaged, but that might help
Okay.
you. But but he did not like any of that. He did not like
I'd imagine not.
any of that
Yeah.
at all. Not his friend, and
We've established already that we're not friends. If it's in fact the same specific Bulvor, we have a history,
Mhm.
and it's not fun.
Mhm.
If he thinks he's getting away this time. Wait a second.
So first thing he's going to do, he's going to vomit on you. He felt uncomforble.
Oh.
You stabbed him in the stomach, and then he's just going to reflexively vomit upon you.
Yeah,
Um,
that happens sometimes,
Mhm.
And I said I took that cover.
Hey, at least he's got some negatives to like dex and stuff from the septic shock.
Yeah, but he's just going to vomit on you.
Yeah.
So that's a 20. Just slightly better.
Okay, okay. I gotta dodge, escape it.
Well,
Okay.
hold on.
I think it's reposition athletics for reposition. Is that
You
right?
can you can't
I can't dodge, escape. Okay.
no, because it's an area effect. So you'd have
I can
to
reposition.
reposition, and it cannot be parried,
Mm-hmm. Okay.
even if
I
you
will-
have parry arrows.
Reposition then. And I'm gonna spend how much luck do I want to spend? How much group luck do we have?
3.
Would you mind if I spent a little bit of group luck?
Go ahead.
Please
I'll
do.
spend how much do I have? I'll spend 2 group luck and 2 of my luck. Whew. Good
Barely.
thing too.
Good thing you did. And now he's just going to swing down and attempt to claw you with his other hand.
Mm.
But he does have a penalty to that. For 21. Oh, at least I'm rolling slightly better.
Escape. Oh, 24. Whew. Close.
Cool. Cool. That is its turn. Now it is
Okay,
standing
good.
up front in there.
Yep.
Kadarn.
Yeah. Yeah. Am I within 5 squares of this dude? 3 or yeah. Okay. Ba-ba-ba.
I don't know why
so-
that tickled me so, but it did, Simon.
So
thank
I'm
you.
gonna go fourth. And I will just look at. All right, that's bullfors are they're
Big.
huge, right? Yeah, they're big boys. They're
Are they
big
large
Very
or
boys.
big
huge?
boys.
Well, what do you mean?
But right
Very
now, no,
large.
that's okay. He's
Yeah.
big, but he's outnumbered, so it's already a -1, and then it's got a -3 to reflex, right? Because of the sepsis. It's -3, I think, to everything sepsis.
Yeah, but he also isn't poisoned, so he isn't taking the damage.
No.
yeah,
But,
no,
if,
but he
still
if-
has to
So
take
if
if
the
he
I
damage.
understand,
has those
yes.
penalties,
He does.
Yeah.
then I will go for a strong strike.
Okay.
Oh,
Opponent size modifiers.
It's based on height, and it's 3.5 meters.
So
eat
it's
all.
gonna be a strong strike, but he also has like all of those minuses. So
Yeah.
hopefully, Elvin Messer, no additional modifiers. That's a 22.
To 23, and it's going to.
So
with
close.
the -4.
Yeah.
Crap.
Yeah.
Do we have one luck? Can I use one?
Wait a minute.
No,
wouldn't it
because
be
it's
minus-
defender wins.
Tie
So
goes to the
if you have to
defender.
get one, you have to
Would
beat
it
by
be at
2.
a -2 rather than a -1 for the for being surrounded by 3 people? 'Cause one
Oh,
per
he's
extra?
surrounded by yeah, but it would be 22 anyway, so it
It'd be
doesn't matter.
22. The
Yeah.
tie goes to the defender.
Mm-hmm.
But then you're tied. Then you could spend the 1 luck point, right? Yes,
If
no?
Dear Joe allows it, otherwise I'm gonna burn some stamina to do 2 fast strikes.
I'll let you hit him.
That seems like a trap.
Okay.
That seems like a trap.
It's gonna be a 1 for the target, so it's the head.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
So a strong strike to the head, so
Oh,
times
gosh.
6 damage.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and there's the fire too.
I'm pulling out the calculator because this is calculator math.
That's what Roll20 does it for you.
What? That's not multiplied, so
No,
it
it's
would be
not.
19 times
Times
6.
six.
But I can
19
do.
times 6.
I can do
Because
this.
it's times 3, then times 2, or
114.
times 2, then times
Oh,
3.
it
Yeah.
didn't work.
It's 114.
So
114.
114.
Mhm.
Jeez.
And then also fire damage, 5 fire damage, and a 50% chance of him to ignite on fire.
So here's the good news.
So worried.
As you stab this Bulvor through its bony, helmeted head, then the horns that are around it, it will die screaming in pain. Here's the bad news.
Mm-hmm.
Bulvor go boom.
Yeah, it explodes when you kill them, right?
Yeah. Oh, fun.
Yeah.
And
Crap.
all of you
crap,
are right
crap,
there.
Crap, crap,
Well, not all of us. Maps back there.
Yeah. Neither Map nor Ards are
and
like
and
right
Ardzo.
there. Yeah,
Map
yeah.
and Ardzo are
A little
probably
farther
safer
away?
A little further away,
crap,
but
crap,
Durin.
crap,
Poor
crap, crap, crap,
Durin.
crap, crap.
Oh, no.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't have enough speed to get out of the way because of second chest move.
Yeah.
So that's 29 poison damage as it explodes into a caustic acid.
Yeah. No chance of dodging that or
No,
moving
'cause
that
you
is
can't
there.
block
No.
that.
You can attempt to block it, but it will ablate. It does double
I
ablation.
have the Pavis for the reason.
Okay, but it
You
does.
need to block.
Here's the thing: if you block it, you attempt to
Mhm.
block it. You block with the Pavis.
Yes.
It does. It does double ablation. It does double damage to the metal.
I am fine with losing the Pavis and not me.
Yes, it will do. The damage will then. The damage will destroy the. I'm assuming will mathematically destroy the Pavis, and then you will take
Yeah.
any leftover damage.
But then that leftover damage is having to go through my arm.
Yes, and it does double ablation damage.
I'd rather lose the Pavis
Ooh.
than me.
And armor.
The explosion, I guess it targets like torso if we need to ablate
yeah,
armor.
it's torso to a blade armor.
Okay.
So what,
cool.
58 points of damage? Like ablation damage.
Yeah.
Hey, Durin, I need more armor.
21 to block.
21. Well, you needed to. You can block. It will. You will be able to block.
Okay.
It will go. The ablation will. The damage will go to the Pavis and
Okay,
destroy
let
the
me-
Pavis, and then anything
So-
that's left over.
Yeah.
Goes to you and your armor.
Me see how much we stop.
That's a good
Okay.
question. So not trying to block to
So
preserve some of my armor. I'll take the damage and just get the 1 ablation because it's just a 1 hit, or the 2 ablation because it's double.
It actually if it goes through. And you
So-
aren't just using to block. To block, you will just the points will be normal,
Yes.
and it'll then have double ablation. If you don't attempt to block and it just is going through, and you take natural ablation, you take 3. You're going to take 1d10 ablation.
Okay.
So fun.
Mhm.
It just goes through the Pavis and my armor. That's it.
Oh wow.
That's what you needed. Now, for me, I want you to just have to do a little armor mending, and I'll take the damage for now because I have things that let me heal.
I'm also
so-
taking the damage, so if you want to roll a d10, Deirdre,
Yeah,
for
I'll roll
I
a
am
d10 for
previously
you.
damaged from our last combat, so with this
5.
damage, I have exactly 1 hit point.
At this point,
At this point, I have exactly 1 hit point because I had 30 HP because I was wounded by the wraiths.
yes, you were wounded by the wits. And hey, Brenna,
Mm-hmm.
guess what you are?
Poisoned?
Yes, if you take damage, you are poisoned.
Cool.
oh, I'm poisoned.
By the way, do they
Does
all
that
look
happen at the
bad?
beginning of your turn or the end of your turn?
It happens at the beginning of your turn. Or
Okay, so I just have
oh,
to
hold
not
on.
fall unconscious.
Hold on.
I look like an S of the yes character at this point.
Who looks the worst?
Uh,
I
Probably
don't think it
Brenna.
matters. I like Brenna best. Okay. Sorry,
That's-
she's a
no.
countess.
You're
That's fair. That's
That's why.
entirely fair.
Well, but
gosh.
also we had a whole moment where you let me like stab you for blood, and that was very nice.
And we like squeezed that leg for
Yeah,
like
we
a
squeezed the leg together. Yeah.
yeah,
Mhm.
you it happens at the poison effect happens at the end of your turn. I just double checked.
Great. I'm a swallow at the beginning of my turn.
But you can also attempt to do an endurance check to overcome it if you have it. But the big boy is gone, and
I think it's important to swallow regardless at this point.
probably
Yeah.
the
Mark that off my
it collapses onto the ground into a giant puddle of oozingness. Which, if you
Brenna
wanted to attempt
Brenna
to,
probably gets dropped to her knees, pops, just like a cork, just chug. And then,
Well,
yeah.
Although if she looks like she's taking a potion, then I'll look for the next person who seems to be in a bad
yeah,
way.
my biggest issue is poison right now.
yeah, because
I will try to
swallow
make that
does swallow
endurance
does
check.
not
It
swallow
does not, but
negate.
it will give me
It will give you 3
points.
HP to negate the 3 HP that you're about to lose from
Yes,
being
if I
poisoned.
don't succeed on this endurance check. So it's an endurance check, correct?
It is endurance.
My last 2 luck are going into this. 19.
And you needed a 15.
Oh, good. I'm not poisoned and I'm slowly regening.
All right.
Tick.
Can I make the roll right away
3.
from myself as well?
3.
You can. You're
3.
no longer in combat.
How does Cadarn look compared to Durin?
Well, first question: do I still take the 3 damage on the turn that I succeed my endurance? Like,
yes,
is it before or after the check?
you will, because
So it's before. Okay. No, that's okay. I'm okay. Like,
You're down
My-
29 hit points, but
no, because my armor soaked a bunch of it. So
But now
my
your
armor
armor's
looks
dead.
rough.
Look, I wanted to
Um,
keep my armor.
My armor looks rough. But as far as Kadern is concerned, you get the feeling that he could probably do it again and he would still be fine.
Brenna like grabbed the flicked the cloak out of the way so that she wouldn't wreck it and took all of the acid.
No, but Kadern is going to get to work on that thing after.
It is but a flesh wound. I'll help you. I'll help you harvest as well. Now that I'm regenerating HP, I can assist.
As you do so, you will notice that the bell has stopped.
Oh, good.
Matt's gonna go over to
No, that might not be good.
Please do.
Lord Razmi. I know that you don't really that you're so full of your machismo that you don't really want help from medical help. Are you still in a not wanting medical help sort of position?
Well, I will not decline help if I'm the worst one off. I'm concerned about Their Excellency.
Oh, yes. She seemed to have taken some sort of magic potion.
Looking better by the every however many seconds.
She seemed so. Are you going to
Oh,
decline?
it's probably gross. Like all the acid wounds
Yeah,
are
yeah.
just.
It smells quite bad, actually. Are you willing to take help? You know, I understand that as a dwarf, you, like me, understand the importance of nature, and you'll probably appreciate, this sort of connection, the strength here. So my sort of aid is more natural than other sorts of aids. Would you be willing, or does that help you with your unwillingness?
Considering that there's, to my knowledge, still probably a few more necrophages, I'm not going to decline help.
Yeah.
That and something about vampires, apples, and whatever an Alzor is.
Yes, and I just sort of pat at you, and don't worry. My connection with the earth is much more natural. Don't worry about it. It's more in line with you. I'm going to sort of quickly sort of pull out a little bit of incense and sort of burn it and sort of make a little symbol that sort of has a little glowing symbol sort of hit you, and I will cast Blessing of Healing. At 23. And that'll put me here. So I'm gonna start. I'm gonna like mumble, like humming some probably old tune. It's very, very soft and silent. It's barely there. And you will get back 3 hit points, and I have to concentrate on this. I get to keep it up, but it's an active, so every round I can continue to concentrate and give you 3 hit points as long as you need it. But just let me know so that I can. Well, we'll just keep going, and when we get interrupted, we do, and I have to just remove the stamina for how many rounds.
In 14 rounds, I look right as rain.
3 rounds should be enough to be out of the danger zone.
No, he's not going to stop after 3. He wants you to actually look not miserable.
I don't know how much you know about dwarves. They have a lot of hit points.
Yes, he doesn't, because you see, you're like natural like he is, like you're not like all
You're not
those
like
people.
Kadern.
I took a wraith through the gut.
Yeah. Yeah, he's gonna keep going. He's gonna go for at least 10 rounds. Like he's gonna be there for a while. Because he doesn't want you to be like all super injured.
Oh, I don't need 10 per se. Before.
How many?
Let me do the math.
3 per. Because he's got a good focus, so he has to spend 1 stamina per round. And he would also move Durin outside of the warded room to do this.
6.
6. Okay.
6 rounds.
Thank you.
So as you all are healing
And harvesting.
Go ahead and so you can recover 1 damaged Bulvor brain. Um. Nine units of Bulvor blood. Only one of the eyes is recoverable because, again, shot to the face.
Yeah.
Shot to the face, and you're to blame.
Yeah. Do you want its linen and twine, loincloth?
Well, Arzo is naked.
Sure.
Arzo could have a very large loin. That's more like a full, like,
He could
potato
toga it.
sack.
He could
like-
wear it as a toga, a Bulvor toga. I will
You're-
offer it to Arzo.
Okay, so you can put it on your list and you can offer it to Billy next week. I'm not making that call for Billy. That's a individual choice thing.
/ dwarf toga. Okay.
Just a little Bulvor blood and vomit on it.
Yeah, I mean it'll wash out, maybe. Probably not, but you know, it's fine. Like I kept most of it off my cloak.
You
So you just
did.
All
All
my
that damage
clothes
yourself.
are probably awful.
You did.
You just took that 29 damage. You just took it.
It's just like I ain't losing my new mended my fancy new armor.
Well, that was a choice.
Look, Witchers make choices all of the time. I'm not saying they're good choices. They're just choices.
So what are you doing in
I'm
this moment?
specifically gonna try to get a piece of it to keep as a trophy, and try to find the mutagen inside that thing.
Go ahead and make the roll.
Can I be assisting him?
This is
You-
which roll?
'Cause you don't you have to roll to discover the mutagen?
This is not written anywhere.
I'm just healing, in a natural way. It's like way better
Yeah,
than chaos magic.
You're
You're
claim
fine.
that.
We're just
You
digging
claim
in
that.
a corpse
Mm,
of
Yeah.
a necrophage.
that's cool. No judgment.
Yeah, it's no wait. I think I know where, oddly enough, if you look at the oh boy, it's the mage spells in Tome of Chaos. There's a spell that helps you get a mutagen out. I don't have that spell, but the fact that the spell exists,
Mhm.
it says a thing about a thing. Where is it? That's alchemical recovery. That's not what I'm looking for.
Right now, we'll just say it out to Durin while she's digging in a corpse. Like,
there
thus
you
the
go.
alarm went off
It's,
after the necrophage died. So part of the
It's
problem.
alchemy or Witcher training to get a mutagen out.
That's what I thought.
Oh.
That's there is a. I was like, there was a roll
I'll
for
roll
it.
a Witcher training if Kadarn wants a mutagen.
Yeah, I can
Get
help.
elbow deep in there. Yeah, sure.
I have no idea what the DC is.
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna roll it and see.
Just roll it.
That'll
I'm
luck.
looking
I know
at
that the spell lowers it down to 14, but like
19.
19. I
Oh,
will.
great.
Because I was going to say 17, so that works. You
Sure.
can discover the muted. You can put down Bulvor mutagen.
All right.
oh,
No.
there you go. Okay, no, I have it. It's in the I found where the DC is.
Oh.
In case. It's on page 144 145 in the PDF. Bulvor would be a DC 20.
One short.
I will say, because I already made that ruling before we looked it up, we'll keep
Okay.
the number that I gave you, and then
Anyway, I was helping you, so I don't know what that
yeah,
gives.
yeah,
on
it would have
top
been a
of.
plus. It would have been a +2. You'd been fine.
Okay, cool.
So
But yeah, my bad.
you're doing that. You're doing that. Healing is going
And,
on.
When we killed it, did you say I like cleaved its horn off?
No, you stabbed it in the face.
Yeah,
I-
we could cleave its horn off.
I'm going to cleave its horn off.
Well, one of them you definitely can. The other one is, mostly dissolved because it's bone structure in acid.
Oh yeah. I'll just because I need one and I need 10 rounds to make a trophy out of it. But I can do the ritual for the trophy later.
So you take the horn.
Yep.
All
Roll
right,
for a
give,
horn.
give me a sec. I might be able to salvage something. I want to use patch job on the police.
Okay.
Let's see if I'm successful. Yes. So, with the pieces that are left of this thing, I have bodged together it with half its stopping power.
Yep. That could be important.
I'll take it.
Yeah, and I'll take the recover action.
I'll just go
to get my
feed
stamina
this.
back.
All right. I'll go feed this monster. I'll be right back.
And
So-
is everyone good? Your eminence, are you all right?
She looks completely better. I imagine there's a lot of holes in her clothes. Made sure my cape didn't get too damaged.
I walk up to you
Mm-hmm.
and you know
But
it's
she looks-
coming.
Great. Yeah.
You know something is coming because he's telegraphing. You know what I mean? Like
Mhm.
there's like maybe you don't. I don't know. You're not that great with human perception, but
She's not. She just eyebrow raise.
and he goes, I see that you had a bit of a moth problem. Yeah. And because you have holes in your clothing and
It's
moths.
from the acid.
Yes, that it's a humorous. It's a joke.
Is it?
Yes, you make some sort of a joke, and people it's what you do in social situations. You make joke sorts of things, and so
Haha.
yes, haha.
Just the most deadpan of haha.
He
So,
takes it as if it were true.
She didn't think it was funny at all. She's
So-
laughed at jokes before. She did not like that.
It wasn't a good joke. It's not
It's
like
not.
he's not good at those things.
As you are doing this,
Mm-hmm.
we're gonna end for tonight.
That's fair. Oh, we end on Math's terrible joke.
It's
Ha
okay.
ha ha! Freeze frame.
Uh-huh.
It's not quite the ending you think it is, but it's an ending.
Mm.
So, how we doing? How we feeling? How's life going for everybody?
It's good.
By the way, Prax, would like to inform you, chat, that I spent all of my luck. There you go.
You spent all of your luck? Oh,
She
shit.
sometimes gets luck that she.
Yeah, no, I know. In the
sometimes
other
uses. Yeah.
games, yeah, that's kind of my problem. My fault.
No, it's not really your fault. Crit gives me some.
No, but I
Coldrake
mean
does
the
it.
original thing was me trying to give luck points to other people.
Yeah.
Early.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. And it wasn't on the Bulvor.
That's worrisome. Worrisome.
Hmm.
So, how we feeling? How's life going for everybody? How's the day? Evening?
Pretty cool.
You all survived?
Yep.
It was close.
Mm-hmm. You stabbed it. It's gonna explode.
We stabbed it real good.
Impressive, you know.
Mhm.
Turns out that Kadan is very useful.
Oh shit.
Kinda
So,
just says nothing.
that's the thing. So we're gonna go around, and let everyone say where they are, who they're, whatever. Share some love for tonight with everybody, and then where we can find you, all that good stuff. Drop anything that you want to drop in chat. Why don't we start with Pope?
Hey everybody, Pope here, Pope Rolled on Twitter, Pope Rolled on Twitch. I look familiar streams. If you want to see more of this silly face, well, tomorrow night over on Wandering DM, you'll get to see it with some fangs on Halloween. For more Montreal by Night as Bruja gone Bruja, Ravnos gone Ravnos, and Zamich is going to have anxiety over. But as for love, there was a lot to go around. Poor Arzo. Just the lad can't catch a break, and my heart just bleeds for him. It's just like I can't say more. It's just that he gives so much and yet gets so much. And then we got to have Brenna do what Brenna does, and on top of that, obsess over an apple. Which may or may not be the death of us all. We will see. On top of that, got to have a Mr. Wizard moment with Kadirn. Apparently all magic is explosive. You just need to fiddle with it and it will release the mysterious blue smoke or worse. And don't play with magic, kids, whatever you do. Make sure that anything involving magic is at least supervised. And then the math experience continues as we got to see like an entire new line of action figures of Lord Math. We have creepy Lord Math. We have helpful Lord Math. We have disdainful Lord Math, and they all come with their own accessories. So yes, no, it is always enjoying to be here with this crew. And as someone who has experienced praxis storytelling, I am dreading what comes next. Especially with that little preview and, demon problems on top of everything else. Just necrophages are not enough. Alzor is not enough. There has to be more. So if you're like me, you are absolutely riveted, and we'll be back here next Sunday for more of this. Till next time, folks, thank you all so much for being here. We're live on YouTube Stories, Nothing Cloud Science. You're much part of this as we are. Take care of yourselves, one another, and have a safe and happy holiday. See you soon.
Thank you so much for that, Hope. We appreciate you. And we're gonna hop over to Kadarn. Hey, Kadarn. Hey, Simon. How you doing? How's life going for you? You lived.
I did. By the skin of my teeth. Because I am currently at 1 stamina. So, oh no, actually 4, because I didn't have to spend the 3 to do that extra fast attack. Sorry, I'm at 4 stamina.
Take some recover actions, my friend.
I'm gonna do that after. I was supposed to try to take some recover actions, but then someone made me want to leave.
Yeah.
I don't know who that was.
So, there's that. But yeah, another monster blown. Actually, another monster Kadarn kills by striking the head, although this time it's not on purpose. I'm Simon at Wandering DM. You can find me tomorrow over on my channel with most of these folks. We're going to have Lindy in at some point so I can say all of these folks. For Montreal by Night, is going to be interesting. We're approaching the end of our quote-unquote first season. And I already have now 2 guests lined up. It was 1 last week, but I got another one. So it was very interesting. Lots of cool things are going to happen. So you can find me there. You can also find me on Saturdays playing Scion at 1 p.m. Eastern, and otherwise here on Sundays. There are other stuff coming up, but they're all for next year, actually. So that's it. Oh, yeah. And in 2 weeks from now, almost to the day, is the launch of our Kickstarter campaign for the game I'm writing, Werewolf the
Drop
Apocalypse.
the link.
Retaliation.
Drop the link.
Well, I have to go find it. It's not like I know it by heart. There you go. Link dropped in chat. Yeah, so it's a cool RPG in a box, and probably the first taste you will get if you're interested at the new edition of Werewolf the Apocalypse. I'll be, oh yeah, that's true. Tomorrow during the day, probably around the evening, before our stream, I will be sharing all 11 Krynos forms. So like the typical werewolf. So all of the art of our expansion characters. Oh yeah.
So follow Simon's Twitter so you can go find out all of the things about all of this beautiful art that is very important. I know of one person in particular who will be very much interested in this, but we'll come back to that. Hey Trooper, how are you? How you feeling? How's life going for you?
Well, I'm Trooper SAP and I'm doing really well. Math is living his life really well. He got to nerd out about like history. He got to explain to people how things worked, which, is really important because people don't, know as much as he does. So that's pretty great. It was really good for him to be able to explain magic to Kadarin because again, he's math. I'm going to give love. I'm going to give love to Simon for numerous eye rolls and actually for an attempted teleport out because like that's an amount. Loved it. I want to give love to Lindy for Brenna's eye rolls because those were also choice. Also like faces behind somebody's back, best ever. Love it. Sadly, Durin did not do any eye rolls, which was very disappointing. I'm hoping maybe, I can get an eye roll from Durin before, it's like one of my goals is to get like a massive Durin eye roll. That would be lovely. I don't know what'll happen to do it, but I hope so. But I want to give love for that Pavis. And actually just for like, there's an alarm. I'm going to load up this crossbow and I'm going to sort of keep Overwatch right now, like keeping us from that surprise attack. I want to thank, and I want to give love to Billy. Billy's so great. And I want to just give love for Billy for putting up also, with math. I really want to thank everyone for putting up with math because he needs to be put up with rather than enjoyed. You know what I mean? Like he's like a stinky cheese, I think is to put it. And then love, of course, to Prax for evil GM stares that make you think, oh no, just like little things like, are you sure you want to touch that? I want to just give Prax love for all the GM questions that are things like, do you walk across the floor? That one's just a lot of good ones today. And you can find me, today is Sunday, you can find me tomorrow, 8:30 Eastern over at Wandering Games channel for Montreal by Night. And the big thing, of course, is this Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern on my channel, Trooper SJP, is the first episode of Traveler Pirates of Drynax, subtitle to be determined, where we will be making characters. And I don't think anyone will die in character creation, but they may be maimed or assassinated. I mean, it's really unclear.
Look, if they're assassinated, that means they died.
They might get better.
Not if they're assassinated. You could have an attempted assassination.
It's an attempted assassination
Yes,
at that
yes.
point.
Yeah.
But if they're assassinated, they dead.
That's fair. And unless they become undead. I mean,
Or a cyborg.
it's not very good.
It really depends on
So
what rules in
worried.
Traveler you're playing with.
That's fair. Just Vampire Traveler. That's me.
That's you. So yes, follow that. Follow the and then Last but never least, I wanted to end with this very important question specifically for Lindy that is
no.
entirely tangential from everything else, and just ask, so has Shiny Pilot heard about Werewolf the Apocalypse game yet, and how excited is he?
I don't know if he's heard about it or if he has, if he's paid much attention to it. 'Cause he's a very busy man
This
with
is
a lot
true.
on his plate. So I feel like he should know about it though. And I will try to mention it to him, be like, hey,
Because he might be
Heard
getting a
about
message
this.
about it.
yeah.
Sorry.
Because he loves werewolves. I love vampires and he loves werewolves. It's the greatest divide in our marriage, honestly. But so it's pretty good, you know, all things considered. My love for tonight, Darren making that cat comment about Brenna and then her having the most cat-like response to it. And it, you know, I realized it was Brenna didn't realize it, and then Darren just being like, cat gonna cat. Like basically, I just loved that moment. I also loved Razmi being just like ready, ready for all of the danger, hanging back, like learned from touching the one magic thing not to touch any of the other magic things. And just gonna be great. Can't wait to see what he does with that orb. And then math. Gosh, I don't know if I could say it's love for math. But math's gonna math, and he certainly did. And I know my math moment is when Brennan was like, "I'm not talking to you," just for one moment, and he actually shut up and was like, "Oh, all right then."
He's not always good with social cues, is what I'm trying to tell you.
No,
You may not have guessed that, though.
No, Brenna's not either,
I know.
but she's glad you listened for that one moment. She's like, I'm not talking to you. Picking her up, but finish her conversation with Kadern, her very snarky conversation with Kadern, as they usually go. So just all that love. Also, love for Bulvar explosions and not trying to protect my armor.
So
Yeah,
119 damage to a head. That's, you know.
it was really cool. And that apple, it makes me nervous how it's on a pedestal. But you know, Brenna really wants to get that apple because, you know, think of the brownie points. You know, just like all those vampire brownie points she would get.
Is it just brownie points that Brenda wants, or is it something more than just brownie?
Well, look, once you get enough brownie points, you can cash them in for rewards and prizes.
So at the elder vampire Chuck E. Cheese, what is Brenda eyeing?
No. It's elder vampire Dave and Buster's. Remember, the alcoholic content in drinking is encouraged.
All right, yes. You know, she has to look at the little prize counter. She's not thinking about what prize she wants yet. She's just trying. She's a very like single-minded kind of goal-oriented individual. It's not like the prize so much as it is the ability to obtain the prize, which you need the brownie points for. You know, you gotta have the tickets before you can look at. You don't want to like set your heart on one prize and then go, oh, I don't have tickets for it. So you know, she's getting the points first.
But I really do love brownies. Like, are they going to be good brownies?
Oh, well, you know, she's not had any bad brownies. Anyways, I'm Lindy, Laugh Love Lindy, and you can find me online making lewd jokes and things. You should call me Laugh Lewd Lindy. You can find me specifically tomorrow night on my channel for the new batch, our Mondays in Exandria game, where I said we'd have it last week, but people weren't feeling well. So, because it's that time of the year, you know, cold and flu season, it's out and about. So we're hoping to play tomorrow night. And if so, it's gonna be a fun start of a festival, which we might die. And then on Tuesday night, we will have our second mission in Stargate Flames of Hope. We successfully completed our first mission. I only almost died because I made my character very naive. And you know, it's so hard when you're working with the like fighting against the Goa'uld. They have so many traps, and you like may not expect them all. Also, she doesn't like violence, so when we got in a firefight with some Jaffa, she was like, oh, and hid. But it was very successful overall. We rescued the SGP-12, and now we're gonna go on another mission, and it's gonna be a fine dandy day, and that's pretty much where you can find me because I don't have a lot going on right now. That's streamed, and of course here.
And of course here. Of course here. Thank you very much, Lindy. I appreciate you. I appreciate all of my wonderful players for being here. I appreciate each and every one of you in chat for being here as well. I had a lot of fun tonight. I hope you all had as much fun. But hey all, you know me. I'm at Durgadon on Twitter, Praxagora Thesmiophoria, your friendly neighborhood Prax here on the channel. This was a lot of fun again. But if you missed out on anything and you want to catch up, well, we have the YouTube VODs for that. They will be updated tomorrow, I promise. I've started doing them. They will be fully updated by tomorrow. They're all in nice little playlists. They're all organized. Go over there, check them out. They're really... everything else is over there too. Lots of fun things. If you want to help support the channel, I have a Ko-Fi. Right now it has a goal for art for the Agapia crew. We're getting really, really close to our goal on that one. I appreciate each and every one of you who's donated and supported and helped out with that. That's always been a great thing for us. You also want to check out games? You want to play games? Well, I write games, so you can check them out over on itch.io. Some of them are running through StorySynth now. Hopefully in the next couple days I'll be able to finish it, so all of them will be doing StorySynth, or at least all of them that will work on that platform. So check that out. It'll be a lot of fun. As for me, you can find me tomorrow night with Pope and Trooper as hashtag not the Ravnos' fault, hashtag it's the Brujas' fault, and I'm not getting blamed for this shit again. Want to point that all out. Point that out. The Bruja is the one that wants to go traipsing around a frickin' temple of the Sabbat. Not me. Not my plan. His plan. He don't, no, rephrase that. His idea. He don't have a plan. It's his idea. There's a difference thing. It's not even a little bit my fault. It is entirely the Bruja's fault.
Plan? Like there's like a plan, not like a plan, more like a
No,
thought
you have a
about a plan?
concept. You don't even have an idea.
concept.
No,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
don't have a plan. You don't even have an outline of a plan. You have a concept. Nah, it ain't cool.
Warrior scholars, ladies and gentlemen. Warrior scholars.
There's like, but this we're gathering the info. This is why you're here.
It's okay. You should feel a lot of judgment coming from me because I'm in the car with him about this issue.
It'll be fine. Be fine.
It'll be fine. But that's tomorrow night at 8:30 over on Wandering DM. And then back here, probably play some video games. We picked up Stellaris. We also have hashtag, that's, what do you mean there's plot in this game? Shadow of War. We should get back to some Jedi Fallen Order, maybe. We have a bunch of games that we play whenever I feel like in the mood or just need to decompress. And you can come hang out while we chat about that. But Saturday we'll be back with... No, Saturday we will not. Saturday we'll have to talk about that. There will not be a Song of Agapia's Fortune on Saturday because your GM has to go do some stuff.
Can I guess what?
You can.
Okay. You are going to you're going to go undercover in disguise to expose like shenanigans in a library. So it's like
I would like to point something out that you came really close to a job that my grandfather actually did have for a period of time.
oh, cool.
If you switch out the term library with the New York Times.
Oh, that's so cool. Neat.
Also, as part of that job, he also was officially security for the most important thing on New Year's Eve.
The ball?
The switch for the ball.
Oh. Your grandfather sounds so cool.
We'll have to talk more about that. We have plans, it's fine. Speaking of those plans, you might see Trooper and I do another colloquium sometime in the next couple weeks. We'll show up, it'll be a thing, it'll be fine. But that's everything. I think that is literally everything because I appreciate each and every one of you so much. Unfortunately, no one is still up because we run so late. Like we do. So instead of rating anybody, we're just going to say good night, Irene, good night. And see you next time, everybody. Bye.